about domestic issues. But now we are going to get into our panel discussion pertaining to the continent and pertaining to the importance of voting and politics, you know, the electoral process as it pertains to what is going on the continent. Because as you know, these colonizers in the United States think they own the world, and their policies have serious consequences on people internationally. And we always say one Africa and hands off Africa. So our next panel discussion is panel discussion pertaining to the ballot and the bullet and how that relates to Africa and the Sahel and the Caribbean. And our first presenter is our brother Luwezi Kinshasa. And our brother Luwezi, he is I, please forgive me a moment again. I've just been having such technical difficulties behind the scenes, but everything's okay now. Our brother Luwezi Kinshasa, he is the Secretary General of the African Socialist International and Director of the International Affairs. He was born in the Congo and currently lives in exile in London, where he presides over the African People's Socialist Party organizations on the ground in Africa and throughout Europe. S.G. Luwezi's regular column in the Burning Spear newspaper analyzes current events and developments on the continent of Africa from an internationalist perspective. He publishes a bilingual version of the Spear in French and English for distribution in Africa and Europe. Fluent in 4 languages, our brother Luwezi has traveled, written, and spoken extensively throughout the world and is well known and respected in London, especially among the large Congolese activist community. Uhuru, brother Luwezi, welcome. Great to see you today.
Oh, Comrade Lisa, it's great to be with you in this incredible panel. And thank you also for the introduction. And I just want to salute my leadership, Chairman Amali Shella, and all the panelists. I can see Brother Paul Pomfrey, say hello to you. And I can't see all the faces, but I can definitely, you should know, give you, the warmest or salute here from London. And where do we start? These are the big events, the ballots or the bullets. As you all know, this has been popularized in the 60s by Malcolm X and is something that still resonates today in the African world. Uh, Wherever you go, in the Caribbean, in Africa, in Europe, in the US, our people are organizing and fighting, but often the question towards what's end is not always clear, and often we're told we're fighting for democracy. I remember in the Congo, no long time ago, we've been told all the time by the current leadership that we're fighting for the rule of law, things like that. When in reality, we've been fighting to recover, to be the only rulers of our destiny. So the question of African self-determination, I want to say African self-determination, I mean universal African self-determination. African people everywhere, we have to be the only master of our destiny, which means that it doesn't matter if we are demonstrating against police brutality or we are demonstrating for economic development or whatever we're doing, the end product has to be a universal African self-determination. And this is part of the process of building the African nation because we have to have a nation. We have to have a universal African nation where all Black people can be part of the same future. And this can only be guaranteed if we are able to build successfully. And I'm convinced we're going to do that. We're going to build the African nation. And what I want to do basically, I want to just take a few examples, uh, starting from the 80, revolution, you can see clearly the colonizers rejected it. They couldn't accept the Africans being in control of our destiny. They did everything. The United States, the French first, and the U.S. Came in. They did everything. From that time up to this very moment, they cannot accept African self-determination. And this has been the line throughout history under colonialism. There is no way African self-determination is going to be, let's say, sit side by side with colonialism. Either we are colonized or we are independent as a people. There is no anything in between. And I'll give you some examples, more or less, I'll say recent examples. So aside from Haiti, and you already know the sanction, the blockade, everything that has been done to prevent Haiti from being in control of our own destiny in Haiti. And if you come to Africa, you will see right away after the so-called Declaration of Independence, Lumumba was overthrown. Not even a year into the government, he's been overthrown, and that those leaders who wanted to continue Lumumba's path were attacked. It took like 5 years before the movement is definitely crushed. And since that time, you can say since 1965 up to this very moment, Congo has been under the rule of neocolonialism. And you go in Togo, independence was declared just like in the Congo, in the 1960. But by 1963, the French organized a military coup just because the president of that place, called Togo, wanted to get rid of the French currency. Most of you by now, I'm sure you're familiar with how the way French control some 14 countries in Africa, maybe except Mali and Niger and what's the other country? Uh, Mali, Niger, I forgot the other country, and Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso.
Thank you. And Burkina Faso. French controlled those colonies through the currency they have imposed on them. So Sylvanus Olympio Sylvanus was the first to be overthrown by the French ruling class in 1963. Just because of that, he was ready to print the new currency, and the French said you can't do that, and they imposed a former African soldier who fought the Vietnamese, in the 50s, Eyadema. They put him in power, and by the way, Sylvanus Olympio was fleeing the soldiers. He went to the U.S. Embassy, and the U.S. Embassy, from what I understand, would not allow him to get into the embassy. So he was killed outside the U.S. Embassy in 1963. This is one leader. That 1963. In 1966, Kwame Nkrumah, who won all the elections, all the ballots contest in Ghana between 1957, I think, until his overthrown, he won all contests. So he couldn't be defeated by the ballots. By 1966, he was overthrown by the US and the British. This 1966. In 1965, of course, the struggle, the revolution being defeated in the Congo, Mobutu made his second coup, because the first coup was a more collective coup. The whole African petty bourgeoisie came together to bring Patrice Lumumba down. By 1965, the United States and the Belgian agreed Mobutu should be the uncontested leader of the African petty bourgeoisie. So this is 1965. And we also have in Mali, the president Modibo Keïta, who was one of those who agreed with Kwame Nkrumah to form a union government of Africa. He was overthrown. And Modibo also came to power through the ballot box. So he was also overthrown in 1968. In Congo Brazzaville in '68, there was a president who was seen as anti-colonialist. By the way, the the struggle in the Congo relied, when I say the struggle in the Congo Kinshasa relied on the Congo Brazzaville to be like a real base where those who disagree with Mobutu and the rest of African people bourgeoisie, could reorganize. So it could take place there too. They overthrew the president that was elected there. His name was Massamba Debat. That was in 1968. So he was killed too. And all these presidents being overthrown, you go take all these you have to take all these coup uh, in conjunction with what's happened like in the United States because the movements, so-called civil rights movements, was increasingly, as you know, influenced by people like Malcolm X, who was taking it in a different direction, in anti-colonial direction. Malcolm X was assassinated in 1965. Martin Luther King was assassinated in 1968. You go put all those things in context, in the sense that you have to deny African people of their genuine leaders. You have to allow to facilitate the rise of African petty bourgeoisie collaborators. So eliminated all the anti-colonialist leaders, those who have the trust, those who enjoy the popularity of the masses, the leaders, the masses definitely also enjoying the leadership. You have to get rid of those leaders. So in the 60s, you had a lot of attacks on our movement. Uh, People talking of something like 200 coups in Africa between 1960 and 1980. That's a lot of coups. And they're talking about successful coups and also not successful coups. Of course, people talk less about no successful coups. But the idea is just that the struggle for African people uh, around the question of the ballots cannot be divorced with the question of capturing real power, anti-colonial power, state power. And history shows clearly uh, you cannot abandon any ground to the enemy, to the collaborators of the colonizers in Africa or to the colonizers themselves. But you have to organize to be present and consider all aspects of the struggles, making a judgment how things develop. Because there is no way Africans going to be free just by the ballot. That's not possible. But it does not mean that we should not consider the ballot. For example, in the 60s, after Lumumba was overthrown, uh, at least in the Congo, that's I know for sure, but this also probably shared throughout Africa, a lot of will be anti-colonial leaders or militants uh, refuse to consider the ballots. If you said you wanted to, embrace, the ballot strategy or anything like that, you're seen as a sellout. Everything has to be military, armed struggle, things like that. But the question of armed struggle, you can see Paul Kagame came to power through armed struggles. Savimbi waged armed struggle in Angola for more than 20 years. So armed struggles does not mean that you are fighting for liberation of Africa, that your struggle is a revolutionary struggle, anything like that. In fact, the petit bourgeoisie in Africa is violence. Even when they pretend to be non-violence, they are violent because the same African petit bourgeoisie who talks about non-violence, when they capture power, what do you see? You see them basically using the same colonial state and using all the violence, unleashing all the violence that the colonial state has put in their disposal against uh, other people. So the question of if we should choose between the ballot or the bullet, everything depends on the forces we have. Everything depends on the capacity we have. But the end objective, the ultimate objective, is a capture of power. And the power we need has to be universal power, which means that we need an African state which can project universal power, can guarantee that Africans are citizens of an African nation state. It doesn't matter where they are. It means that Africa can have an economy that can deliver what African people need everywhere. And this cannot be just a question of one place. This has to be a question that all Africans, wherever they're fighting, they have to consider that question of what is the towards what end we are fighting for. I can take a couple more examples on the question of the ballots and the bullets. Hamas in Palestine, in occupied Palestine, won elections in 2006, but this was not recognized by the colonizers. They did everything. They put Hamas under sanctions up to this very moment because the colonizers recognize one thing: the anti-colonizers forces, if they win the elections, as Hamas did, as Lumumba did, they cannot be allowed to rule. They cannot be allowed to have a government that implement anti-colonial policies. So it means that the anti-colonial movement, as we go into electoral arena, use that space, but we should never lose sight that our struggle is for capture of power, and this go beyond the question of the ballot or the bullet. That takes everything into consideration, depending who we have, what our capacity is, and that's why it makes sense that when we tend to talk to all African people to understand that our mission, regardless where we are, our ultimate mission, wherever we are, is the capture of power. And these we have really to explain so the masses know when they're going to vote, they're voting for the capture of power. When we're using different tactics, the objective is still the same. It's for the capture of power. And also, we have to intensify the struggle so that we are able to re-enter, because in many places, like in Africa, the anti-colonial sector have been kicked out of the electoral process. That I'll take a couple of examples, like places like Rwanda, Uganda, most of the places. You don't see anyone going into electoral arena to contest the electoral uh, um, power uh, against the African people bourgeoisie. You don't see that. And what we have seen in the past is just the coup. By the coup, it means the masses are not mobilized. The masses are not part of the process to come to power. Something like that. We can renew contact with the masses later on, but it's not the same thing. The masses have to be the basis. If we win because the masses have been mobilized, organized, and they know where we're going, and they know that the question of capturing power is the fundamental one, and nothing can be done without the mobilization of the masses. That's why the revolution is everything. It's an electoral contest, it's the bullet contest, it's everything. It's a totality. And that's how we go win the masses to understand the totality of all the tactics that, the leadership can put in place, because there is nothing we should not do to recapture power. Just like the colonizers, there is nothing they would not do to keep Africa colonized. You see Ebola over there in the Congo. There are all kind of diseases, all kind of work they're doing in the laboratories and so on to make sure Africans never experience freedom. On the contrary, we should do everything we can to mobilize, organize the masses so they know the electoral contest is just one part of the contest for real power against the African people bourgeoisie, and particularly against the colonizers and the colonial mode of production. So that all these things have to be taken into uh, consideration. Um, am I doing okay for the time? I
Two
just
more
want to say,
minutes.
okay.
Yeah, 2 more
So
minutes.
I
And
want to
thank you
say
for
one more
asking.
thing. Yeah, I want to say one more thing. In the 90s, uh, the colonizers, the imperialists, using advantage of the collapse of Soviet Union, saying basically the Cold War is over. So they want the African people bourgeoisie to share power, not to have one single party monopolizing power, and chasing everybody into exile, including the element of African people bourgeoisie. What they did, they organized national conferences everywhere in Africa, in Benin, in Togo, in Mali, in Congo, and so on. But that was in the early 90s. But we can look back now, clear that those conferences were not conferences to bring back the masses into political life to complete the revolution of blacks of the 60s. It wasn't for that. It was a power sharing among the African people bourgeoisie. And from the 90s up to now, you see everywhere in Africa election taking place. The outcome is not in the balance. It's always one sector of the African people bourgeoisie. No way can you see the anti-colonial movement coming back through the electoral process in Africa. And that's a challenge we African internationalists are taking, that Africans, anti-colonized, the anti-colonial sections, we have to bring the anti-colonial struggle back on the ground in Africa. That's what we're organizing everywhere so that we can take advantage of the situation on the ground, organizing, mobilizing, going where the African bourgeoisie does not really go, unless they have elections in sight, and mobilizing the masses, building new leadership among the masses, poor workers and poor peasants. So next time around, we will be able to promote our own interests as workers and peasants, our poor people, and also put the fundamental question: Africa, African nation, the African people, we must get rid of colonial model production so that we can enjoy genuine self-determination, genuine democracy, genuine freedom. That will be a result, definitely, of eradication of colonial model production. And you would never hear the African people speaking like that. This is the mission of the African working class. This is also the mission of the African nation and the leadership of the African working class. So I want to thank you, everyone, and I look forward to the discussion. And say hello to everyone.
Uhuru, your
Woohoo.
timing was perfect. 20 minutes exactly. Our next presenter, it gives me such a great honor to introduce our next presenter. I'm so honored to introduce all of them. It is our brother, Paul Anthony Pumphrey, who has been an organizer and activist for over 40 years, and he is a co-founder and member of the board of directors for Friends of the Congo. Friends of the Congo is a nonprofit advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C. It's a human rights and grassroots institution that was established in 2004 to work to bring about peaceful and lasting change in the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire. Uhuru, Brother Paul. Uhuru,
Yoo-hoo.
20 minutes.
Mhm. I want to first start off by talking a little bit about the Congo and a little bit about what's going on in Africa itself. When we look at the history of the Congo, there are certain basic facts that needs to be made clear. One, the Congo is an area, it's the second largest country in the continent of Africa. It's located right in the heart, in the center of Africa, where the equator runs straight through the Congo. The Congo has the second largest rainforest in the world, only second to the Amazon. The Congo has the second most powerful river in the world, only second to the Amazon. The Congo also has in natural resources and minerals, it has over $22 trillion worth of natural minerals. Now, let's put that in context to the rest of the world. Many of the minerals that the Congo have today are minerals that are necessary for sophisticated electronics, such as coltan and tin, such as the jewelry industry, such as diamonds and gold, such as the battery industry, such as cobalt. So when you look at the coltan, the Congo probably has close to 68% of all the coltan in the world. That's over half of all the coltan that is used in every cell phone, laptop, and any other kind of sophisticated electronics. And the industrial industries of the world, such as that of the NATO nations, clearly recognize that they cannot dominate the electronic industry without controlling the natural resources coming out of the Congo. When the Congo first fought against against the Belgians to get their independence. And they elected their first elected prime minister, Patrice Lumumba. One of the things that Patrice Lumumba made clear was that he wanted to use the opportunity to help the Congo develop its own natural resources to benefit the people of the Congo. And immediately that was a no-no for the United States. So when he explained that to the U.S. ambassador in the Congo and asked the ambassador to relay that information over to Eisenhower, who happened to be the president, the ambassador refused to do that. The U.S. ambassador refused to do that. So Patrice Lumumba decided get on a plane and fly to Washington, D.C. And he flew to Washington, D.C. to personally meet with the president of the United States, which was Eisenhower at the time, to request for the assistance of the United States to help the Congo develop its natural resources. And Eisenhower refused to meet with him. So when Patrice Lumumba went back to the Congo, he looked at other options and decided, well, another developed country that he probably could get the help from would be the Soviet Union. And the United States then used that for an excuse to get rid of Patrice Lumumba. And so within about 6 months of his presidency, Belgium and the United States not only arrested Patrice Lumumba, killed him by firing squad, but then wanted to make sure that nobody in the Congo could ever even recognize his grave, cut up his body and buried it in acid so that there would be no evidence of Patrice Lumumba's body being left in the Congo. And only recently was it exposed that one of the Belgians took a gold tooth out of Patrice Lumumba's mouth and kept it as a souvenir, which was only sent back to the Congo about 1.5 years ago. But when we look at Africa, we need to understand that many of the resources needed for today's developed industries, whether we're dealing with electronics, whether we're dealing with cars, whether we're dealing with, you name it, that those minerals in large quantities are found in Africa. But not just those minerals. Let's look at agriculture. For example, cocoa. Africa produces probably about 75 to 80% of all the cocoa in the world. But the way the system is set up is that Europe, United States, and Canada and Australia wants Africa to sell their raw material as a way below market price, where then Europe, United States, and Australia can take those resources as raw material at a very low price, then process those raw materials in their own country and resell it back to the world at a very high price. So whether we're looking at gold, whether we're looking at copper, whether we're looking at tin or uranium or cocoa or coffee, one has to ask the question, does coffee grow in the United States? And the answer is no, it doesn't. Then how is it that you have a company such as Starbucks making billions of dollars off of coffee when it doesn't grow here, and that 85% probably of the coffee they have to sell is coming out of Africa, out of the Caribbean, out of Central America, out of South America? When you look at the issue of chocolate, cocoa cannot grow anywhere but close to the equator. Europe, United States, Canada, and Australia is not near the equator, so they can't produce cocoa. Yet the billions of dollars that are made off of chocolate every year are made in Europe, United States, Canada, Australia. And so when we look at the struggle going on in the African diaspora, whether we're talking about the Caribbean, which is in the Caribbean, is in the near the equator, Central America, South America, the continent of Africa, we find many of the resources, the raw materials that tremendous amount of income is generated from is found in those regions of the world. And what the former colonial powers have done is set up a system where those raw materials are taken from that part of the world through the diaspora in very cheap prices, imported to the developed Europe, Canada, United States, Australia, etc., refined in those countries, and then turned around and sold at a very high price, which is basically highway robbery, robbing from the very countries these raw materials come from. And this is what leads to the whole ideology of imperialism, and why imperialism is diametrically opposed to the interests of liberation, diametrically opposed to the interests of self-help and self-development. And so when you look at Africa, you begin to, in recent years, you begin to see countries that have figured this out and began to map out a new approach of how they deal with the West, whether it's with Europe or Canada, or Australia, or the United States. And when you look at West Africa, you have three countries in particular that have come together and formed a united front called the Alliance of the Sahel States. And what they've done is they've said our gold will no longer be sold as raw gold. And so you have countries like Burkina Faso. They have built their own gold refinery. Why? Because if you take a kilo of gold dust and sell it on the international market, its value is 1/7 the value of that same amount of gold dust that has been heated up and made into a gold brick. Nothing else has changed except it was melted into one solid piece. And the solid gold brick will be 7 times or 8 times the value of the gold dust. And so it's to the interest of Europe, United States, Canada, and Australia to make sure that Africa does not have a gold refinery. So what Burkina Faso did was they reached out to Russia. And they were able to buy a gold refinery from Russia and pay them for it. But now, and they decided to outlaw the export of gold dust from their country. They told the people, if you want to mine your gold, you sell your gold dust to the government. In return, the government then takes that gold dust and melts it into gold bricks. And that gold brick value, increase in value, has allowed the government of Burkina Faso to buy drones to protect their borders, weapons to protect their borders, build roads. For example, for 62 years when the French was controlling the government of Burkina Faso only had 3,200 kilometers of paved roads. And what did that mean? Well, in that region of Africa, you have 4 seasons. 2 of those seasons are rainy seasons. It rains almost every day. But then the other 2 seasons are dry seasons, which means it doesn't rain at all. Well, when you're growing your crop during the rainy season, how do you get your crop to the market if you're going to get stuck in a muddy road? Because there's no roads built, no solid roads built for you. So last year, Burkina Faso started a campaign with the support of the people in the country in which they built in 1 year 5,000 kilometers of paved roads. so that the farmers, once they grew their crops, could then bring their crops to the market to be sold, so they would have the resources to support the development of their families. Another example they had was that the diet in Burkina Faso was heavily, they used tomatoes. Well, during the rainy season, there's plenty of tomatoes inside of Burkina Faso. In fact, they produce over twice as much tomatoes in Burkina Faso during the rainy season that they can consume during the rainy season. But in the dry season, when they couldn't grow tomatoes, the tomatoes produced during the rainy season went bad. So Burkina Faso began to build tomato paste plants so that their tomatoes could be used during the dry season and they could be preserved in cans so that they would not have to buy tomato paste from France for people to use in their diets at home. It cut down the cost of imported tomato paste. At the same time, it meant that those farmers could double the value of their tomatoes because they not only use their tomatoes during the time of the rainy season, but they also use tomatoes in their meals during the time of the dry season, of the wet season. That's just two examples of how the countries of the Sahel were able to, in fact, capture their wealth without exporting it to Europe. When you look at Niger, Niger has yellow cake uranium. France was mining the yellow cake uranium out of Niger, paying Niger 86 cents per kilo for yellow cake uranium, and then taking that same kilo of yellow cake uranium and selling it to Canada for $200 a kilo. That's beyond highway robbery. And yet we want us to believe that France had Niger in their best interest. No. You see that Europe, United States, Canada, and Australia's approach to Africa is to suck the wealth out of Africa and then tell the rest of the world that Africa is poor. But there's a big difference between being poor and being robbed. And the accurate description of how the NATO countries have treated Africa is that they have been robbing the resources of Africa. And as they rob those resources of Africa, they have used violence as one of the means of how they've been able to rob those resources. And so when we look at the kind of violence that have been going on in Africa, what is the violence going on in the Congo? Because when the United States and Europe realized that the Congo has the coltan for their electronics and the cobalt for the batteries, their gold and their copper and their tin and their uranium, and it was located mostly in the eastern part of the Congo, the United States recruited Paul Kagame, brought him to the United States, to Fort Leavenworth, and trained him to work on their behalf with the CIA to, in fact, come into the eastern part of the Congo, which Rwanda was a border country to, and expropriate those minerals out of the eastern part of the Congo, and then use those minerals that then he would then sell to his partners in the West. And this is why you find so often the media talking about how developed Rwanda is. Yes, they're developed, but how are they developed? They're developed by stealing the raw materials out of the eastern part of the Congo. But they didn't just steal those raw materials. The UN estimated from 1996 to 2006, they killed over 6 million Congolese only in the eastern part of the Congo where those minerals are located. Now, Rwanda doesn't make their own guns. They don't make their own launchers for their weaponry, for their military. So where did those weapons come from? Those weapons came from NATO nations, United States, France, Belgium, etc. And through those weapons, they have carried out genocide inside of the Eastern Congo. And so these are facts that we need to make ourselves aware of so that we understand how the U.S. tax dollars, when the United States claim that they don't have money to address the issue of affordable housing, they don't have money to address the issue of affordable health care, they don't have money to address the issue of daycare.
2 more
The
minutes.
reason why, sorry?
2 more minutes.
Okay, that is money they are used for the U.S. military budget. And one last point, the United States military budget is over $1 trillion. If you took the military budget of any other 10 countries and combined it together, it's not $1 trillion. And so we have work to do in this country to challenge this government's policy on using tax dollars that could be used to address the needs of the people of this country, to be used to carry out war against Africa. I thank you.
Uhuru, Comrade Paul, thank you so very much. Very, very powerful and very informative. Our next presenter is Brother Tafari Sandisa Mugari. He is a member of the African People's Socialist Party and serves as its Director of Organization on the African continent. He is also the president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement, although I think that has changed. He is, in South Africa. So he's the president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement in South Africa. He was born and bred in South Africa, spending his entire upbringing in the townships of Johannesburg. In 2013, when he was only 20 years of age, he was introduced to the Uhuru movement by fellow university students and officially joined the African People's Socialist Party in 2015 during a visit by a delegate of the party led by S.G. Luizi, Kinshasa. Since then, Brother Tafari has been working in the townships and villages, building branches and community projects in various provinces. In his capacity as the party's Africa Director of Organization, he coordinates the party building process in a number of countries such as Zambia, Namibia, Sierra Leone, Swaziland, Nigeria, Ghana, and Benin. Brother Tafari, Uhuru.
Mhm.
Uhuru, Uhuru comrades, I just wanna, express my appreciation to all of you, who are here present with us, the organizers of this Black is Back electoral campaign school, and I wanna salute the leadership, Chairman Omalesh Taylor. I want to salute the leadership of, the steering committee of the Black is Back Coalition, and all members of this organization and the organizations that make up the Black is Back Coalition. Yeah, as it has been said, I'm here in South Africa, occupied Tanzania. It's winter right now, so don't wonder why I have a scarf on, and actually I had to ask a friend in town to give me accommodation to make this presentation because back in the township there is no electricity every time in winter,
Yeah.
which really, just is evidence of why we have to continue fighting, because Africa is not free. As much as Comrade, Paul Pumphrey talked about the vast resources in Congo and other places in Africa, we still don't benefit from those, resources. We don't have access to those resources. And so I just want to start off by reading a quote here from the book, this book here. Or maybe you won't be able to see it, but it's the Vanguard, the Advanced Detachment of the African Revolution. Is page 361, and it says, there is no separate solution for the liberation of African people based on colonially defined borders or identity any place on earth. Clearly, the African liberation movement has run into its limitations when fought within the context of these borders. Civil rights and flag independence only serve to obscure our oppressive exploitation, not overturn it. And as much as we speak of elections and how to use the electoral process to further our goals, we understand that this is only due to the fact that we are confined within these structures that have been established over the years. If it were up to us, we would just have to declare it tomorrow to say we are free and we are independent, we are sovereign and self-determining. But then, revolution is a process, and like the chairman said before, we cannot put chains around our feet and say we'll do this, we won't do this, because we engage with a lot of young people here in Africa around these questions, and they say no, elections, they're colonial and things like that. And those type of opinions, they are understandable because of the history that, as Julwezi was talking about, in terms of how so-called democratically elected leaders in Africa in the 60s have been brutally overthrown and even assassinated by imperialism. So we cannot end it just merely at elections as an end unto itself, but then look at the question of elections in terms of a means to an end. And speaking of around this question, we have to be able to understand who we are and why we fight. And as African people, we have to develop our African national identity, that we are Africans wherever we are globally. And African people like Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X, Chairman Omali Shitela, and other revolutionary leaders over the course of history of struggle of African people have emphasized this point of African people being a single nation globally, wherever we are. And I think somewhere in our subconscious as African people, just based on our experience, the culture, and the conditions and everything, African people can and know that we are one people wherever we are. That's why as much as I'm in South Africa, we listen to the same music. We listen to the same hip hop. We listen to the same jazz music and whatever. Right now in South Africa, as I'm speaking, there is a campaign, a reactionary campaign that suggests that Africans that were born, outside of the colonial borders that were created by white power, somehow are foreigners and they should go back to their countries and things like that. But some of the people who are saying that they listen to Fela Kuti all the time, they enjoy Fela, they enjoy who's Keita from Mali, and but then at the same time they are convinced that we are different, and they even went as far as celebrating Ibrahim Traore, in terms of a victory for Africa, a symbol of African sovereignty and things like that, and even celebrating a reactionary like Barack Obama, that finally we have a first black president. This speaks to the fact that African people already understand somehow that we share a common identity, and our destiny is tied together. So that understanding is already there, but then obviously we are contending against forces that are opposed to this, and they work day and night to make sure that our people go some other direction. So we reject the colonial borders, that the colonial borders do not define us, and no African is a foreigner on African soil. But then we understand that imperialism works all the time to make sure that they move us from this understanding. And what we need to understand as the people is that we are in a struggle that needs to be fought, and the struggle cannot happen just spontaneously without us organizing, building a strategy and understanding what is it that we have to do right now in order for us to develop this struggle. So, in terms of where I am at here in Africa and just globally, because we're talking about the dispersal of the African nation by this colonial aggression that has happened in the last 500-600 years. So we're saying the colonial borders and the class struggle also has to be understood, that the African petty bourgeoisie are able to reproduce themselves through the borders, and they talk about even democracy. That's why when Ibrahim Traore came to power, and through a military coup, something that has been happening for many years in Africa. He was condemned by the African petty bourgeois politicians in Africa, saying that no democracy, that was not he was not democratically elected, as if just by virtue of being democratically elected it makes you right for the people. Like right now in South Africa, we've had like maybe 6 presidents since 1994, and the South African Constitution, I think it has been uh, declared to be the most progressive constitution in the world. But you have the most progressive constitution in the world, but then you you have the most unequal society in the world at the same time. And African people living in the squatter camps, in shanty towns, so-called informal settlements, and also the gap between the colonial population and the colonizer population in Africa in terms of wealth, and the so-called Gini coefficient is widening, or even more right now. So we recognize the fact that when you look at what is happening in the Sahel, and what maybe Ibrahim Traore declared, that democracy kills. We have to understand when he says democracy kills, the context in which he may be saying that, to say that democracy kills. Maybe colonial bourgeois democracy, yes, indeed kills, and we have seen that happening, unfolding in our history. Some of our leaders are being killed, even people like Martin Luther King, who made a speech about unity and all races coming together and things like that, but still getting shot. The same way that Malcolm X was murdered. So we're talking about a colonial mode of production that requires the death of African people. And in 2011, uh, imperialism in the form of NATO murdered Muammar Gaddafi and left chaos there in Libya. And the consequence of that is still being experienced today. And these are some of the consequences that people like Ibrahim Traore and the Confederation of the Sahel states have to deal with today. Because instead of focusing on building, clinics and which they are doing right now, from what we've heard, and developing schools and things like that, they have to invest lots of resources in pushing back on this, extremism, reactionary extremism for that matter, because as African people, as much as we can talk about elections, we have to know that what that means in terms of our goals, to what end. And even if we pick up the gun, we have to ask those, extremist, so-called extremist brothers and sisters, um, who are Islamist, insurgents and whatever, to say, to what end? What is the end goal of this thing? When you say that you are opposed to these states, you are opposed to Nigeria, opposed to whatever, you want them gone, to what end? Why do we need that? So you look at the Sahel. Recently, a general was murdered in Mali. And so the alliance is focused a lot on pushing back on this so-called extremism, and which is why Ibrahim Traore goes on to say that democracy, we have to forget about democracy right now and things like that, which is something, a discussion that still that needs to be had. So the Sahel states are also defying the colonial agenda. If they are creating that unity to say that we have to unify, and they share borders and whatever, and then they creating this unity in terms of their strategy, how they move militarily and economically, etc. And this is happening while at the same time we're seeing splits and even campaigns to split the African nation even more. Like we had Sudan, for example. Now you have a new country in the form of South Sudan. And even in Somalia, there's forces that are fighting for the split to create Somaliland. And even in Nigeria, there's forces that may genuinely want to split from Nigeria because it's a colonial invention. But then, right now, where we are, history has placed us in a place where the only way we can be free is if we create a unified African state. And recently we had a discussion with some comrades here, and some were even suggesting that, when Europeans got here, they found us having so-called nations in the form of ethnic groups, and they are still there. Maybe we can go back to them, but that goes against um, where we are in terms of the capacity for Africa to defend itself, to fend off imperialism. Uh, you know, South Africa, as it is, it's unable to defend itself in terms of the attacks from the US, because they filed a case against Israel in the ICJ, and then America is offended by that, and but then instead of consolidating within Africa, they have to go to America and beg and explain themselves and do all sorts of humiliating things to the African nation. So the solution really for African people is in our unity, and we have to be able to fight against this false national identity. And the false national identity, even in the context of South Africa, it serves the South African white colonial population, because right now the South African white colonizers, the population, they exist as colonizers, they exist as parasite. They own, like, in terms of what's on record, 72% of the agricultural land, just agricultural land alone, 72% is in the hands of the colonizer population in South Africa. And when we have this false national identity, it makes us to unite now with our colonizers. Because if I say I'm a South African and the white man says they are South Africans too, then we belong in the same nation, right? And then if someone in Zimbabwe, they say they're Zimbabwean, and someone in Namibia, they say they're Namibian and whatever, and these people are black, they're Africans, then it means then I have to fight for the interest of the colonizer in South Africa and neglect my common interest with someone who is across the border. Even right now, with this whole campaign of saying African migrant workers are foreigners and must go back to Zimbabwe, to Malawi, and so forth, what are we saying? Are we saying that we want to fix South Africa with our colonizers and our those that betrayed us, that are in power right now in parliament, and then against the African worker who was brought here because of the betrayal that has happened in Zimbabwe, the betrayal that took place in Malawi and these other places, because African people have been betrayed everywhere. So we have to be able to recognize that. And I just want to read another quote here. It says, "Our struggle, if it is being fought, if it is going to be fought to its successful conclusion, must be led by the African working class." Just towards my ending, I want to emphasize that the African working class have to fight for political power. And even as we go, for elections, we go there, with that consciousness that we're fighting for the political,
Two
power
minutes.
of the African working class. Because every class, or Comrade Lisa, how much time do I have?
2 more minutes.
Okay, Uhuru.
Mhm.
So, like we said, every party represents a class interest. Every organization, a political party is that, the greatest expression for a class to achieve its goals. When you create a party, you go on, having set goals that are there for you to fight for your own class, selfish class interest. The political parties of the African petty bourgeoisie are there to serve the class interest of the petty bourgeoisie, even though they require the African masses for them to be able uh, to advance their own selfish interests. Like with the founding of the ANC here in South Africa in 1912, that when the ANC was founded, they say it in their documents that they, as much as they want some type of representation, they pledge allegiance to the crown, to the British crown, to the Queen, and every time they had issues in South Africa, they would write letters to the Queen to say intervention and so forth. So the African working class, when we go to the ballot, we go there with the goal of achieving political power for the class. Uhuru.
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 Uhuru, Brother Tafari, and again, thank you so very much. We are so appreciative of the work that all of you all are doing on the continent, and we stand with you. And it's so important to have people on the ground who are aligned with our way of thinking, who know what's going on, and to help us to navigate through, very, very difficult waters, so to speak. Our next presentation that we're going to have will be by our comrade, brother Nkululeko Sachaba, and this is going to be on the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. You'll have 20 minutes, and let me introduce you properly. Brother Nkululeko is the president of the New York branch of the International People's Uhuru Movement, and he's a member of the African People's Socialist Party who is committed to continuing and completing the Black Power movement, and he's also a very, very strong comrade in New York City. Uhuru! Brooklyn! Brooklyn in the house.
Indeed, Uhuru. I'm on the New York front of the worldwide African liberation movement. You dig what I'm saying? New York ain't nothing but another colony that we are looking to overturn and take back, get back to the people. You dig what I'm saying? So, Uhuru, comrades, Uhuru. Just want to salute all of the presenters that came on before me. Salute my leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella, Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party. Salute the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party. Salute the Steering Committee of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. Salute to all the presenters on the call. And most importantly, salute to everybody watching and tuning in today. Uhuru means freedom, and that's on the minds of our people 24/7. I think it's important to ask ourselves, what's the national agenda for Black people of the Democratic Party? Do we know it? Do we know what the national agenda for Black people of the Republican Party is? Do we know it? And if for some reason if you want to go and vote for a Democrat or Republican, and you should know what the agenda for the Black community is. And I think that some of our presenters on the call have shown us that the agenda for the Black community of the Democratic and Republican Party is one of oppression, is one of exploitation, not only here within the borders of the United States, but internationally. Internationally around the world, the United States political parties, as well as the European political parties, have an agenda for the Black community. It doesn't have anything to do with our self-determination. So it's very important that we know what these entities represent. Most importantly, what we represent within the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. So that's why it's important for me to go over the national Black political agenda for self-determination, because we have to be clear on what our aims are and what direction we want to go in. First on our point, shout out to Aaron. Well, we know and understand that African women must lead. That's why number one, our first point on the national black political agenda for self-determination is we want to acknowledge our African women. We want to acknowledge that African women are have a right to lead, and right now within the U.S. borders and around the world are under attack from so many different angles, particularly when it comes to giving birth. All across America and around the world, African women are dying giving birth to our future. We're bringing in a new world, so we have to recognize the role that women are leaders. Women are not only military leaders, they would be leaders in our families. They're leaders in politics. They'll be leaders on the war field. African women must lead. So that's why that's the first point on our 19-point platform. And they're saying because we have to highlight the significance of the black family. And we want to stop the various attacks on the African family that starts right there at birth. You know what I'm saying? The fact that black children die more during birth than any other group of people. So that's clearly an attack on the African family, not to mention the policing of the African home. You can say the state is imposing themselves in our homes, so where now our children are subjected to being kidnapped and brought to other families and subject to being enslaved and all types of abuse and exploitation. So it's our goal within the national political agenda for self-determination to preserve that black family. And we have to understand that the systems like the welfare systems are designed to separate the black family and keep us, forever divided, as opposed because they know that the family is the foundation of community, and then community is the foundation of a black nation. And that's what we're out here to build, the black nation. And we also are promoting black community control of the police, because we know that the police department, whether it be the NYPD or the LAPD, that the police department was born out of the enslavement of African people. So what we promote is we promote black community control of the police. We have the right to police ourselves. We want the immediate withdrawal of those domestic military forces in the black community. You know what I'm saying? It's our democratic rights. We should have self-determination. We should have the ability to police ourselves, because we know that the state has no interest in stopping or protecting the interests of the African community. We have to protect our own interests. And we know the call. We know the call. And the call is to free them all. You dig what I'm saying? The U.S. government has murdered and imprisoned all of our leaders. If they haven't murdered our leaders, then they got them being tortured inside these concentration camps that they call prisons. You dig what I'm saying? And the call is to free them all, because as it was said on this call, that right after right after we fought for the Voting Rights Act, they murdered our leaders so that we wouldn't even, they imprisoned our leaders as well, so that we wouldn't even have anyone to vote for, aside from the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, political parties that have betrayed us time and time again. So as a part of our national black agenda, political black agenda, to free all political prisoners, because those are our real leaders. Free Mumia, free Kamal Siddiqui, free all of the freedom fighters that have taken a stance against U.S. colonialism. And we want to roll back and an end to the mass incarceration, of black people, because we understand that, and they say America is a prison of nations. You dig what I'm saying? In addition to that, the mass incarceration system is an extension of slavery. Because you know what I'm saying? The so-called 13th Amendment that supposedly had abolished slavery says that if you have been convicted of a crime, then you could be a slave. And then they criminalize being black. You know what I'm saying? Being black is now a crime. So they targeted our community to keep us forever in a perpetual system of enslavement. So we want to roll back in an end to the mass incarceration of African people. And we demand reparations. Reparations ain't new, but they damn for sure overdue. You dig what I'm saying? And so we making a call for reparations, not only for the gravest crime against humanity, not only for the transatlantic slave trade, not only for Jim Crow segregation, but we want the reparations for the theft of our generational wealth. Like what's going on with deed theft. We want reparations for the ongoing theft of our resources, using our tax dollars to pay for more police to lock us up. We want reparations for that. We want reparations for these schools miseducating our youth. You dig what I'm saying? And enslaving their minds. So we want reparations for also the crimes that's going on today, the theft of our resources happening today and around the world. We want the ability to defend ourselves. We have the right to resist colonial occupation. We have a right to resist exploitation. So it's very important that we got a right to resist these white vigilante mobs and these these provocateurs. We have a right to defend our community. We have the right to defend our human right for self-determination or any act of resistance against our ability to do for self. Furthermore, we want to nationalize and forever end the rule of capitalism. All of these banks that we see that we're forced to coerce to interact with, that these churches are giving our tithes to, all of these banks have their root, their birth in the enslavement of African people and the continual theft of our resources, and they can say and the resources of Africa and the labor of African people. So we want to nationalize the banks and forever end the rule of capitalism. These banks have their foundation and the original center of capitalism. That's the exploitation and the dispersal of African people. So these banks owe us some money, and they owe us a whole lot of money, and they get what I'm saying. And we want to forever nationalize and forever end the rule of capitalism. Uhuru. In addition to that, we want full employment and a national minimum income. We want to enter this system of wage slavery. We want to enter this system of workers and bosses. We want the right to fully employ our people, giving them living wages, giving us livable wages and jobs that actually involve the betterment of our community and not the exploitation of our community. Because pretty much every job we work as of right now is tied to the exploitation and oppression of our people. So we want to eliminate the poverty which is socially engineered in our communities by denying us access to meaningful economic development and employment. Uhuru. Number point 10 is we want a right to housing. Our ability to even have housing is under attack. Our ability to have somewhere decent to sleep, somewhere comfortable to live is under attack. It don't matter if you're a tenant or if you are a homeowner. Our ability to have homes is under attack. Our ability to have safe, secure, habitable, affordable homes is under attack wherever we are within the U.S., within the borders of the U.S., even on the continent of Africa. Our ability to house ourselves is under attack. We recognize the process of redlining is meant to undermine our ability to house ourselves, and we demand reparations for the loss of the billions of dollars of Black wealth due to home foreclosures stemming from the U.S. government-supported subprime mortgage scam. So we need reparations for that as well. So we want a right to housing and a right to have our own communities, which we control. We want to halt gentrification, because gentrification is an extension of colonialism. It's an extension of the dispersal of African people. Meant to put us in a continued state of a nomadic living, so that we don't have the right to develop or the plan. So we want to halt gentrification so that we do have the right to develop, plan, and preserve our own communities. No project should be considered development that does not serve the interests of the impacted population, nor should people being displaced. So we want to end gentrification in all of its manifestations. A lot of these politicians are in bed with the real estate developers, and these real estate developers are participating in the displacement. They want to displace us so they can erase us. So we want community control of housing and the halt of gentrification. Uhuru. We understand that Black businesses should be nurtured by public development banks. Like I said earlier, we give our money to these a lot of these institutions, the church being one of them, and the church put our money right inside these banks, and then Black businesses that want to go get a loan from the bank are denied the access to our own money. So Black businesses are being strangled by these big corporations and these big monopolies that all have their root and they have their blood-sucking tentacles in the resources and the labor of African people. So we want to establish the Black Power blueprint. We want, so that we could promote and nurture Black businesses and keep the dollar circulating amongst ourselves to end our relationship to these corporations that are just facilitating the colonialism. We want a right to free education through postgraduate level. They want us to live a life of indentured servitude, put ourselves in debt just to get a quote unquote education. You dig what I'm saying? So we want to end to student loans. We want free education through postgraduate level so that we can get the information that is needed so that we could build up our communities and strengthen revolutionary philosophies that could strengthen our people's confidence in our ability to do for selves and to reevaluate the educational values and strategies that are supposed to empower students in their communities so that we can control our own destinies. Uhuru. We want free universal and quality health care for all. Everyone should have the ability to heal themselves. You dig what I'm saying? And nature provides enough medicines for all of us. But the thing is that these hospitals are for profit. And if you're a hospital for profit, then you're not concerned with healing the people. You want to keep the people sick enough just to keep coming back, so that they can make profit off of our illnesses that have been imposed upon us by colonialism. So we demand a free, universal, and quality healthcare for all. This has to be a part of the national black agenda. This is what the Democrats and Republicans fail to talk about. And anybody that you choose to vote for, if they're not talking about this, then you need to reevaluate your decision. Speaking about our voting rights, we believe in the right to vote. We believe effectively we have the right to express, our political aspirations. We have the right to put forth our own candidates and establish our own political parties and develop our own social policies that are geared towards addressing the problems in our community. That saying that we are, are are dedicated and determined to overturn as it relates to them being imposed upon us by colonialism. You know what I'm saying? We want the U.S. government and all of its corporations, all of its sectors out of Africa, out of Asia, and out of Latin America, because we understand that this is an international class war. And U.S. imperialism and European colonialism causes tens of millions of deaths and physical destruction of these so-called developing nations. The U.S. We want to enter the U.S. military occupation and military outposts in these countries as well. That's only get there to keep their stranglehold on the resources, human and material, of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The U.S. must pay its debts to Africa and its descendants. There's no way that the West, not just the U.S., the whole West, the U.S. and the whole West must pay its debt to Africa and its descendants. We know that there would be no development of Europe or Spain or France or England or America if it wasn't for the theft of the resources of Africa, Latin America, and Asia. If it wasn't for the forcible dispersal enslavement of Africa, America would not be, quote unquote, the richest nation. France would have no Eiffel Tower. England would have no big clock or whatever they call it. You dig what I'm saying? They'll still be trying to figure out the time if it wasn't for the resources and labor of African people. Uhuru. So we want to end to the settler colony of Israel, free Palestine, because we recognize that the rights of the Palestinian people, their struggle is connected to the struggle of African people here in the U.S. borders and throughout the diaspora. Because we understand that Palestine has been renamed Israel, just like they renamed Turtle Island to America, just like they renamed, the place they call Cameroon to Little Shrimp, and Ivory Coast to Elephant Tusk. So we want to end to Palestine. We want to end to the settler colonies, and we want to give the land back to the people. Uhuru. In addition to that, in conclusion, they're saying, but not. We want to end to the climate change and the toxic pollutions created by capitalism. We know that must end. That they putting up these factories next to the African community, poisoning us, giving us all types of cancers, giving us all type of asthma and cardiovascular diseases because of these factories where they're manufacturing or transforming the raw materials into commodities so they can sell and exploit us. So we want to end to this climate change, and I'm saying that's impacting the whole globe and further destructing the environment that's meant to heal us. And now we live in an environment, we're dying just breathing in this toxic air. So we recognize this is a capitalist-induced climate change, and our brothers and sisters on the continent of Africa, and it's a matter of life and death. It results in droughts, death, famine, and starvation. So we recognize this capitalist pollution and toxic waste dumps in Africa. They gotta go. So we're gonna kick them out right along with the colonizers. So this is our national black political agenda for self-determination. And if the Democrats is not talking about this, then you don't need to be voting for the Democrats. If the Republicans are not talking about these points, then you don't need to be voting for the Democrats. You need to be seeking it, and you need to run for office and with the endorsement of the Black is Back Coalition for social justice, peace, and reparations. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And yes, free Palestine, U.S. out of Africa, Asia, Latin America, and all of those points. Again, it's what makes me so proud to be a part of this coalition that's also doing the work. Now, our next point on the agenda, and I have some very good news for you, some very good news. This is inspirational. Sister Belinda, are you there? Because you know I can't do this without you.
Yes, I
This
am.
is a
I'm
call for
here.
research. Let me tell you the great news. Let me tell you all the great news. We are only $220 away from $1,000.
Woo!
From a big $220 away. I know we got this. We
We
got
got
this.
this. We got this,
We
Lisa.
got
Let's do
this.
it. Let's all
Yes.
right. Let's do it.
Yes.
Lisa, I like to say, let's get moving with this movement, with this mighty, mighty
Woo!
movement. Let's
Yes.
get moving. Put the money where your mouth is, people, because we are here and we're not going anywhere. And Lisa, me and you was doing some short clips for this powerful electoral school, campaign school. And one of the things, the word on the street, I'm always listening to what's happening on the street.
Hmm.
My ears is at the pavement. And they was like, oh, they trying to take us back. No, we ain't going back nowhere,
That's
people.
right.
We ain't going back. We gonna take it back. That's why we want y'all to join up with the Blackest Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparation. Yeah, I said it. I said
Say it
it just
again.
like
Say it
that.
again.
Don't Lisa. I'm telling you right now, Lisa. I gotta say this. When you start telling people what not to do, they get a little attitude with you. Okay? I don't care. I don't care nothing about nobody's feelings right now. Okay, y'all heard that? Get your money out your pocket. Join up with the Blackest Back Coalition. Become a member. Join your organization on the international level for $200. On the national level, is it $150, Lisa? Put it up
Right.
there.
Could you put the slide back up?
Yeah, put it up there. Put it
Put
up
it up.
there because see, this is the problem. I want to let people know. Look at all this powerful information. All these, just facilitators or presenters that then came for us and giving us this powerful information. On the national level, it's just $150. On the state level, your local level, people, y'all better come on now because you can't do this by yourself. That's the problem. Everybody
That's
been
right.
running around trying to do stuff all by themselves. Join up with the Blackest Back Coalition, become a force to be reckoned with. A force to be reckoned with, people, because that's what it's time for us to do. Okay, stop whining and crying about what they doing. Okay, and it's not about what they doing anyway. It's about what we gonna do. You just heard this brother put it down. He
That's
talking
right.
about the 19 point. Come on, Lisa, tell him what he talking about.
Oh, exactly. I know so many organizations, too many, supposedly all down with the movement. They talk King and Malcolm, and yet they turn around and capitulate. They'll endorse anybody as long as they're a Democrat, even though they are someone. It has come with some of the worst consequences, like genocide, war,
Yeah.
police brutality, and they still get behind them. We are saying no to that. We are the Blackest Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. We deliberately jumped into this arena because we said things have got to change. And when we endorse a candidate, you saw that national political agenda that we had? They
Yeah.
got to agree with all of it. Period. It's non-negotiable. Non-negotiable.
No, and unrefutable because of
Yes.
the fact, I want to tell my story, Lisa.
Go
I
on
was
and tell
running
it.
around as a Democrat, and I just want to tell y'all the truth now, okay? Let me tell you one thing that happened to me. Okay. I was running around, okay, with my head in the sand, okay, and thinking that, oh yeah, we're gonna get out here, and we're gonna vote for the Democrat, Obama. Big mistake, people. I'm telling you right now, I
Yep.
found out for myself it was a big mistake because I'm gonna tell you what happened to me, okay? All right, my eyes came open when I joined up with the Blackest Back Coalition because I knew something was wrong. I'm like, what in the world is wrong? And I realized, okay, what I was doing, I was literally shocked when I found out from the chairman O'Malley Yesatali, when he told it, Lisa, my eyes came open and it literally shocked me because I realized that I was, as a community organizer. I mean, a very powerful community organizer. I'm organizing and mobilizing people to unite and come together with a force to be reckoned with. I mean, I'm here to tell you, people joining up and supporting, coming together. And guess what I was doing? Listen, people, guess what I was doing? I was organizing and mobilizing people, okay, against themselves. All right, and was supporting the colonized agenda. Okay, I didn't know nothing about the colonizers until I heard from the chairman. Okay, but guess what? I'm out here organizing and mobilizing people to come together against themselves.
Yeah.
And supporting the colonizers' agenda. That's what I was doing. So let me tell you about the Black is Back Coalition. If it had not been for the Black is Back Coalition with this 19-point agenda, y'all just heard it. Okay, I'll be still out here exhausting all of my energy. I mean, chasing the rabbit, running around in a circle. Okay, investing in the colonizers.
You better preach. You better tell it like you mean it.
I was being used, Lisa. And when I realized that I was supporting their agenda, listen to me, people. When I was supporting their agenda, I got mad, Lisa. I got really highly upset. And
let me just tell you real quickly. I won an election one time, and that was when I was running with the Democrats. This was for the county committee. Guess what I did to win? Not a damn thing. I didn't show up to anything. I showed up to nothing. I could have cared less. And they loved me, and I won. I'm like, how did that happen? I didn't.
And they wasn't doing nothing, but guess what? We was making them more powerful against us.
Yep. When I won, I said, wait a minute, this something ain't right here. How did I win? I didn't do anything. But that was when I was like a teenager. But I soon learned I didn't want to go that way. Period. But and so we got to make a choice. We've got to change. And when I first met the chairman, I wasn't even trying to be break away from colonialism. I wasn't aware of it until he started speaking, and I'm like, wait. So
That's when I realized that they had us all. Lisa, I'm gonna tell you, they had us running around here thinking that we were doing something to help us, and all the time it was making them more powerful against us.
Yep. And also, in terms of the coalition, the things that you get from the coalition itself, from the organizations of this coalition, and even the people within the healthcare, within the working groups, I can't tell you the amount of times I needed something or needed advice or whatever, and I was able to make a call. There were times I heard about something going on in California. I didn't know anything about what was going on. And I called the chairman. I'm like, Chairman, do we got anybody in that area? He goes, yes, we do. I was able to call them. And we were able to get something going. People have called me, comrades in Philadelphia said, Lisa, something is going on with this baby Dylan, Philadelphia, the healthcare working group. We got to do something. I'm like, yes. I call up people, comrades in Brooklyn, all over. This is the kind of organization, the kind of coalition that the Black is Back Coalition is. And
Lisa, I'm glad you shared that because, down here in Louisiana, I need all the help I can get. And when I called on the Black is Back Coalition, the chairman came down here with his own money. And I'm gonna tell you, Lisa, we went into the courtrooms, we went into the community, we went into the local radio broadcasting station, and we stood together. We spoke very powerfully and profoundly about this movement, Lisa. And he didn't just come by himself either. He brought other people with him. Sister Powerful Betty Davis came.
That's right.
With the Reverend Edward Pastor Pickney.
Woo, 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 woo.
Came down, Lisa. But I just want to say that was, I mean, that literally changed my life, and it took me on a whole nother path, knowing that I have supporters and powerful people in this movement that with the Black is Back coalition, and it took my organization to a whole nother level. Now we're not helping advance the colonizers anymore.
Exactly.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, I saw where MQ made another $15 donation.
Woo!
I thought I saw that.
I want to match MQ. I'm gonna do I'm gonna do $15 right now.
All right, all right, all
Put
right.
my
I know
15
other people want to make it rain, make it rain, make it rain. Come on.
in. Right.
We got anybody in the Zoom room and or on in Facebook land on social media? We got 200 and I think $5 to go now to
Oh
make it
wow, that
1,000.
Lisa, we gonna do that. I'm looking at that. We got it real easy for everybody, and thanks to Kenya, that we can go right to our Cash App.
Yep,
You can just click on the BIBC. No, it's BIBCOA.
right.
Okay.
$sign
Yeah,
BIBCOA.
for the Cash App. And then you can also, make a check payable to the BIBC, which is the Back is Back Coalition. Black is black, 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 black. You see how they try to just tie tongue me? Because when we say black, people get offended. What is black? Come on, people. We're talking about us. We're talking about us. We're focusing on us. Black people right here in the United States of America. I mean, and then all across, we didn't listen to some of our comrades come from Africa on here. I just love Brother Paul's presentation. I can listen to you all day, Brother Paul. I'm here to tell you, man, God, you get me so fired up. You make me want to go really, pick up. You say we can't, we talking about the. Well, I better not say that because
You don't want to say that.
man, Brother Paul get me so fired up, man. I just want to start something. I don't care what it is. It might be a fire in my backyard. I want to start something. Okay. But just listen to how these people in highway robbed us. Come on, people. It's time for us to, join up and unite with a powerful movement, because this is a movement. Don't get it twisted. I know Lisa been talking about get the party started. The party already started.
That is true.
We're in a movement right now, and we're in a fight, and we're winning. So come on, people, let's show them. Let's show them better than we can tell them. Okay?
That's right.
Join up, pay your money right now. One of the things that I love to give my credit to one of my civil rights. I want to say just a powerful woman, Fannie Lou Hammond. Come
Oh,
on,
yes,
let's
yes,
talk
yes.
about her. I know we ain't putting everything up on the screen for the sake of time,
Do you
but
have the
we're not gonna
membership?
waste a whole lot of time trying to raise no money, people. Because this ain't you can have the money with no power. Money with no power don't mean nothing.
You know
Okay.
something, Sister Belinda? Thank you for reminding me. Can we show the various membership levels? Do we have that, brother engineer, brother Kabula? Do we have that? And just to let you know, because I'm working from a different computer than
Yeah.
I normally am, because
Yeah,
my
let
things
people
have
know
been
they don't
acting
have
up.
to pay all at once either. They can just I
Pledge
think
it.
Sister Kenya can explain to them, once you make a pledge, you don't have to pay it all at once. Just come on. People, make the pledge, and then you can pay it over a period of time.
Yep. Could you go? Yep. This is Queen Mother Yawa Asantua, Dorothy Lewis, $1,000 or more. You can become a Dorothy Lewis membership. Chokwe Lumumba, I had the chance to meet him when the Black is Back Coalition
Oh,
endorsed him.
wow.
Oh yes.
Wow.
$500 or more, you can get a Chokwe Lumumba membership. He said, I only came to the movement because of King, and he was killed. I only stayed in the movement because of Malcolm, and he was killed, and then I became a leader.
Wow.
$500 pledge will get you a Chokwe Lumumba membership, and again, you don't have to pay that all up front. You can do it in installments. Marcus
Woo!
Garvey,
Marcus Garvey. Yeah.
yes,
$1
300
a day.
yep,
Do
a
the
dollar a
math,
day,
people.
$365. And he says a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. Our revolutionary leader, Marcus Garvey, who has influenced so much the Uhuru movement. Mary Baraka, woo, no, Newark, New Jersey, y'all in the house. Y'all in the house. In the Mary Baraka membership, $120. A man is either free or he is not. There cannot be an apprenticeship for freedom. So $120 for a membership for Mary Baraka, and you can pay that in installments.
There she go. Woo!
There she go.
Nobody's free until everybody's free. Come on, people. That's what we're talking about. Stop thinking you got yourself all together because you ain't free. All right?
I'm
That's
gonna
what we
throw
fight for.
in a.
Don't get me started,
I'm
Lisa.
gonna, I'm gonna go for a Fannie Lou Hamer membership, but it's gonna be in installments. But it's gonna be a Fannie Lou Hamer
Right.
membership.
I'm with you on that, Lisa. I'm with you on that.
So you're gonna do one too?
Yeah, I'm gonna do one too.
Okay, so that's 120. And
Yeah.
and you said you would also now does that count toward what you said you would match with MQ as well?
Oh yeah, that's already done.
Okay, so that's a hundred
We
and
ain't going back. We
I
already
can't
moving
add.
forward.
Right. I can't add. I can't
Right.
add at all. I want to get this $1,000. So we just did 120 and 30. So that's 150. We $50 short. We just got $50 more to go, folks.
55.
I said we put in 50. I'll bring it tomorrow, but I'll put in 100.
Okay.
Oh,
right.
who was that? Wow, who was that? Go
Well, what did they
ahead.
say?
That's what I'm talking about. Wrap it up. Let's move. Let's go.
We got it?
Yes.
Woo, 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 woo.
Somebody just put us on the move. All right, take that off the screen. We
Yeah.
done with that.
We
Let's go.
We ready. We ready.
Let's go. We ready. Let's go.
We ready to get on with the rest. We ready. We got that. I'm gonna tell you all something tomorrow. Reverend Pinckney is coming on. Oh yes. So you know.
I know.
We're gonna
I'm
raise some.
gonna be on right with him. Come on
Yeah,
now.
and we're gonna raise some. We're gonna raise some good bucks, but it's for us. It's for our people. It's for our liberation. You can't put a price on that. Uhuru. Our next, hold on, I got all excited. I'm like, oh my gosh.
So let's see.
Are you gonna do a little bit of a calculation, Sister Kenge, or?
We're good. Yeah.
Okay, we're good. Okay, so our next group of presenters, it is going to be on the anti-colonial free speech, and we're having that panel come up, and that's going to be we're asking everybody for 15 minutes each. They'll have to present, and we're going to have Sister Mwezi Odom. She's with the Hands Up Uhuru Coalition. We're going to have Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, and of course the chairman Omali Yeshitel, and they're going to give an update and inform of what's been going on with the fight for Hands Off Uhuru and how they are challenging that and winning. And our first presenter for this panel, my wonderful sister, Mwezi Odom, and she's with the African People's Socialist Party, and she's the Secretary General of the African People's Socialist Party USA, and she's also the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign. Sister Mwezi Odom is a leading member and organizer in the Uhuru movement. She's a socialist and an African she's an African nationalist, which is led by the African People's Socialist Party, founded in 1972. In November 2021, Mwezi joined the African People's Socialist Party to make herself useful to the vanguard organization of the African working class. She now serves as the Secretary General to the African People's Socialist Party USA and leads the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa counteroffensive against the U.S. government and the FBI attacks on Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Three. Sister Mwezi Oda, woo, 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 woo. Oh, she's also
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Uhuru comrades. Uhuru, Sister Lisa Davis.
Uhuru, woo, woo,
woo. Uhuru. Salute to the call. We, reached our goal. I just want to, really salute the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. I want to salute you, comrade Sister Lisa Davis, Vice Chair, the steering committee, all the presentations that have happened before us, and the call to the 10th Electoral School, the ballot and the bullet. It's not, it's the whole damn system. We are not going back. I also want to salute the, just the overview of the 19-point platform for National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. And I want to say hands off Chairman Omali Yeshitela, hands off the Uhuru Three. And we do have a video, and I think just maybe for the sake of time, I think we're just a little bit ahead. So we are going to play the video, just an overview of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa fight back since 2022, July 29, 2022, and then we'll get started with our presentation. So Uhuru comrades.
Touch one! Touch all! Touch one! Touch all! Free the Uhuru Three! Free the Uhuru Three! Free the Uhuru Three! Free the Uhuru Three! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Never give up! Finish the game! Finish the game! Never give up! Never give up! Touch one! Touch all! Touch one! Touch all! We should all be furious. We should all be afraid of this.
This is the FBI. You have a federal warrant for this address. Keep your hands up and follow orders. This is the FBI. We have a warrant for...
They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit on the curb while they were carrying this out, something that I refused to do. They wanted my wife to sit on the curb out here, that she refused to do.
As I was coming out, this big old drone met me.
The only revolutionary organization that's done something here on the ground practically for African people is the one that's come under attack. Institution that offers a community radio station, a newspaper, a commercial kitchen, an Aquaba Hall rental space, and community office for our organizers. That was the building that has come under attack.
In breach, what do you mean? They won. I don't know. Don't hold back the money. Thank you.
We will build a movement of white people that says hands off the Uhuru movement.
They see in the African People's Socialist Party a vanguard for the struggle for the liberation of our people. They see that because not just what we do here in the United States, but because we had the temerity to do like Garvey, to do like Malcolm X, and take the struggle of black people around the world.
Uhuru comrades. What you just saw there was a video, highlighting the campaign that we've been in for the past 4 years, coming up on 4 years, and the attacks that initiated this counteroffensive known as the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa fight back. So my name is Mbwezi Odom, as has been introduced, and I'm a member of the African People's Socialist Party, and I have the great honor of serving as the chairperson of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa fight back. And as we pull up the slides, I just want to say, that Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa salutes the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations 10th Electoral School, the ballot and the bullet. We just, many of the images that you saw in that video show the Black is Back Coalition, which has also been at the forefront of this fight back. So Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa was initiated following the July 29 attacks on the African People's Socialist Party in 2022. And what we're going to be doing in this presentation is just giving you an overview about, where we've been, uniting with this called the ballot and the bullet, recognizing that part of the attack was also because of the African People's Socialist Party's longstanding history in the strategy, in the anti-colonial, program, which has a strategy of participating in the electoral arena. We're also going to be talking today, which you'll hear more about, the Uhuru 3 appeal, which is coming up July 22nd, 2026 in Atlanta, Georgia at the U.S. Court of Appeals. We're calling on everybody all out to Atlanta. We are calling you to be there with the Uhuru 3 and their attorneys and supporters. I want to salute Chairman Amalia Shatella, who is the leader and founder of the African People's Socialist Party and the African Socialist International, a theoretician, leader of the global anti-colonial revolution, and the main target of the July 29 raids on the African People's Socialist Party. I want to also salute Comrade Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshatela, who is the Deputy Chair of the African People's Socialist Party, President of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, Black Star Industries, and the architect of the Black Power Blueprint. This is, Deputy Chair was also there on the morning of the raids, and it's a testament to the work of the African People's Socialist Party that we are a organization serious about the political and building political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. And this comrade has done this tremendously, which is another reason why it was necessary for them to attack the African People's Socialist Party. The raids, you didn't get to see all this in the video, but for those of you who are unfamiliar with what happened on July 29, 7 homes and properties of the Uhuru movement were raided in these pre-dawn military raids in St. Petersburg, Florida, and St. Louis, Missouri. And, they came with flashbang grenades, battering rams, battering vehicles. They had laser sights, aimed at the chairman's chest with an attempt to assassinate our leadership. This was a very serious attack, an assassination attempt on the African liberation movement, and a continuation of the attempt to crush the struggle for Black liberation and self-determination. And so when the FBI attacked us without knowing anything about what they were saying were the charges and whatnot, we fought back and we built a movement calling into question this attack on all freedom-loving people. What we did know early on was that there were 4 members of our organization who were labeled as unindicted co-conspirators. Again, with these, bogus charges, as you see here, the images from left to right, Chairman Amalia Shatella, also Comrade Akile Anayi, who is the Director of Agitation and Propaganda for the African People's Socialist Party, and our Solidarity comrades, who lead the, struggle for, reparations to the African community. Black Power in White Face, comrades Penny Hess, who is the chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee, and Chair Jesse Neville, chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Two of these comrades, Akile and Comrade Jesse, were, labeled in this for other reasons, but for in the indictment, what the, U.S. government was, claiming in terms of, participating in these electoral processes, bringing, the real, question of reparations, gentrification, reparations back to the African community, raising the consciousness, as was stated earlier in the earlier panels, raising the consciousness of our movement, using the electoral arena as a strategy, and as the party has laid out tactics and strategies. And, the effectiveness of the, political and ideological strategy of the African Liberation Movement under the leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella and the African People's Socialist Party was effective. You can go to the Burning Spear website and pick up this pamphlet. I think it's like $3. Obama, the elections and the struggle for justice, peace, and a better life for Black Power. I think it's important to name this as we're, here with the Black is Back Coalition. You'll note that this document was the position paper on electoral politics that was delivered to the annual international conference of the Black is Back Coalition in August of 2012. And so we've been at this for quite a while. And this image you see here on the right is the Uhuru movement always being at the forefront of the question of real political and economic power in the hands of the African working class, not the bourgeois democracy that we are told to invest in and to contend with. And so you have a picture here of the comrades on the ground in St. Petersburg, Florida, at some support rally for President, for then candidate Obama, asking the question, what about the Black community, Obama? And so this has been, it's been very clear that the Uhuru Three, namely Chairman Amalia Shatella, have been a thorn in the side of the U.S. government because we have always been on the right side of the question when it comes to the liberation of our people. So I want to salute the Uhuru Three, Chairman Amalia Shatella, and comrades Penny Hess and Jesse Neville, who were later named as the indicted conspirators in this U.S. plot to overturn the African Revolution through the African People's Socialist Party. So since our campaign launched in 2022, we have done tremendous work to build a serious fight back, not just a political fight back, but a legal fight back. And part of that was bringing together a brilliant legal team, who you see pictured here. I want to salute our brilliant attorneys, Attorney Addie Griffin, Mutaki Akbar, Leonard Goodman, Angela Rainey, and Tom Inskeep, a dream team of lawyers, but a nightmare, as we say, for the prosecution. The U.S. government indicted the Uhuru Three in April of 2023. On these bogus charges that you'll see here on this next slide. These charges of being foreign agents, failure to register to operate as foreign agents for a foreign government, and in this case, it was Russia. This carried a 10-year maximum prison sentence, as well as a bogus conspiracy, charge to commit, fraud against the U.S. government, which carried a 5-year sentence. Again, the indictment, alleged that a conspiracy by the Russian government and the U.S. co-conspirators to sow discord or cause dissension, claimed that this, foreign Russian national was that the party was working under their leadership, which is absolutely not true. As we have always said, we work for Black people, and the African People's Socialist Party and the African working class itself has this voice in the African People's Socialist Party. And so we, throughout this campaign have been very clear and very direct about what we are fighting for, and allowing the U.S. government to have to defend itself against its own bogus, against its constitution, which it upholds. The Uhuru Three were later arraigned that year, and we continue to make the call that the U.S. government, they are the ones who are guilty. Chairman Amalia Shatella and the Uhuru Three are not guilty of these, bogus charges, and we push back, continue to push back, filing motions, against these, bogus charges, building a coalition of over 50 some organizations across the political spectrum, who have united with the, call to defend the Uhuru 3 and the call to, to drop the charges on the Uhuru 3. I want to salute the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, who held during this period their annual Black People's March on the White House, which had a tremendous turnout of individuals from across the political spectrum, all in united, front against the, U.S. government's charges against the Uhuru 3. And as we came up to our court date in 2024, we packed the courthouse, making the call to free the Uhuru 3, and we won. And we won, on the main charge on being, Russian agents. We say Uhuru works for Black people, not Russia, and we made it a goal to continue to fight back against the bogus conviction. Here's an image of, just some of the supporters that were there on the day of our victory, our free speech victory in the Tampa courthouse. And later on in December, when we were there for the sentencing for the Uhuru 3, for the sentencing on the bogus charge, which the judge said not 1 day in prison and no fine for the Uhuru 3. This was a victory, as we say, a victory for all oppressed and colonized peoples. And we didn't stop there. Part of what we are talking about today, we're talking about, African people spread all throughout the world. This includes Latin America, so-called, South America. And so we've built a front, a Latin America front, to launch this to extend the African liberation, movement and the revolution throughout the Americas. And so we want to, just say that, we understand that, using, electoral politics, which again, as we talk about Latin America, that's something that we can continue to sum up as well. But as we talk about electoral politics, we use this as a strategy, on our way to total and absolute liberation for African people. So I'm going to turn it over just in a couple of slides here to my comrade, Chairwoman Penny Hess, who's going to talk to us, more about what to expect as we approach the oral arguments for the appeal that is set for July 22, 2026 in Atlanta. And we want to, in the process of that, continue to call on all our supporters who have come from all across the globe, over 56 countries, 48 states here within the United States, who have been a part of this fight back. We want you a part of there, even if you can't make it, get connected so we can continue to sum this up on our own terms. And again, we just want to always show this slide to salute the worldwide support for the Uhuru 3, from all corners of the globe, and to salute all of our comrades, many of whom are on this call today. Too many to name and too many to put on this picture indeed, but we want to salute everybody who has on some level, showed unity with the Uhuru 3 throughout this fight back. So comrades, we are winning, and we will win. So I'm going to turn it there, and Comrade Penny Hess is going to tell us a little bit more about why we say it's not over, and what's next for the Uhuru 3 fight back. So Uhuru,
and let me introduce you, Comrade Penny Hess. Let me give you the proper introduction that you are deserving of. Penny Hess is the chairwoman of the African People Solidarity Committee, the APSC, the organization of white people working in white communities under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. She has been a member of APSC since its founding in September of 1976 and is the author of Overturning the Culture of Violence. Sister Penny Hess, Uhuru.
Just wow! I just want to say, first of all, what a powerful electoral school today. It's been an incredible honor to be here and to be part of this, to be able to be part of this. And I want to salute my incredible leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela, the African People's Socialist Party. I want to salute Chair Mwezi, leading the Hands Off Uhuru, and I want to salute the Black is Back and all of the people who are here and who are part of this. And I just wanted to say that the key thing that we could say about the chairman and his amazing leadership in taking on pushing back this very, very serious state attack against the party and against himself is his immediate fight back. As soon within a few minutes after the tanks and the you saw how many cops and FBI raided each location. Within a few literally within a few minutes of that, the chairman prepared and got everybody together. I know Zaki Baruti was there, and many people were there to stand with him in his front yard, holding a press conference to push back this attack and to turn it around and expose the U.S. government for its ongoing history of attacking African people whenever they stand up for political power and self-determination. And I want to say that it has been very, very significant in this fight back that the chairman has never fought against racism. If he had fought against racism, he wouldn't have been attacked. He is fighting against, as we have seen today so clearly, colonialism and what is called the colonial mode of production. The fact that this entire system is built on at the expense of African and indigenous people. And the chairman has brilliantly and in a very principled way called on and enabled white people to step forward to join in solidarity under the leadership of the African Liberation Movement and to actively pay reparations to African people, understanding that everything we have is built on the fact that Europe and white people left Europe to attack Africa, to kidnap African human beings, and to make billions of dollars ongoing today off of the stolen resources of African people and off of the stolen labor and stolen lives of African human beings. And that the chairman had said one of the things that he understood was that he was fighting against the encirclement of the African Liberation Movement that the United States government attacked when it attacked the Black Power movement of the 1960s. And that one of the ways that he was doing that was organizing white people to go behind enemy lines to build a movement in solidarity. And I think that has been very, very important. And it's partly why the party builds for power. You can see all of the things that we've talked about, the economic institutions, the basketball court, the garden, the farm, the Uhuru houses, the Burning Spear newspaper, and all of the other institutions that the party has built, which is totally unique in this world. This is what they attacked, but this is also what enabled the chairman to win. And this has been an incredible victory. It has been an honor to be part of this, to see the pushback of the state, to see the state's power neutralized by African people, African workers, by the leadership of the chairman. So I just really want to salute you, Chairman, and to just say that this has been a very, very incredible journey. It's not over. We are calling on everybody possible to come to Atlanta the July 22nd, which is almost exactly 4 years after, as has been said, the raids themselves, which were on July 29th, 2022, that there will be the oral arguments on the 11th Court of Appeals in Atlanta, the hearing around the appeal of this case. And that is something that possibly will even go to the Supreme Court or however it's going to go. The lawyers, which the chairman has won, are ready to make the struggle to do what has to be done and to have the movement there again, as people were all throughout the trial, as people were throughout the camp, coming again a month later to the sentencing, just packing the courtroom, and then to be there again, to be in Atlanta in, a couple of months from now, July 22nd. This is powerful, that it shows the state that the solidarity and support and unity with the right of African people to political and economic power and self-determination is there, is strong, and that we are winning. Uhuru.
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 Uhuru. Oh, Uhuru, Comrade Penny. Again, you're gonna hear me say all of this because I had to completely change what I normally work from. So I'm getting used to the computer, the laptop I'm working from right now. Our next presenter is going to be Comrade Jesse Neville. He is the national chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the mass organization of the African People Solidarity Committee. Jesse met the Uhuru movement Jesse met the Uhuru movement when he attended a workshop led by APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess in Sarasota, and he joined USM a few months later at an event in St. Petersburg where he saw Chairman Omalia Shatella speak about the historic struggle to free Africa and African people. Since then, he has organized under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party to win unity through reparations from the white community, whether as on the ground, whether as an on-the-ground organizer or as a mayoral candidate. Uhuru, Comrade Jesse Neville, woo, 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 woo!
Uhuru. Uhuru. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Lisa, and just very, very honored to be here from the African People's Solidarity Committee and Uhuru Solidarity Movement as well, to participate in the Black is Back Coalition's 10th annual electoral campaign school. And just want to deeply salute the chairman, the leadership of Chairman Omalia Shatella, Deputy Chair Onazinaya Shatella, who, as mentioned, was also one of the people who was attacked in more ways than one by U.S. government from July 29th onward. Chairwoman Penny Hess, Chair Mwezi, the entire Black is Back coalition. And I also want to recognize Kitty Riley and Amanda Carlozzi, who are here, who were also present at the raids in their respective places of residence when that happened on July 29th. And just want to salute them as well. And I want to again salute the Black is Back coalition, because for so many things, but the trial of the Uhuru 3 would not have been the same experience without the Black is Back coalition. The Black is Back coalition had a very strong presence there, and I personally was very lucky to have in the row behind me one of the people sitting, because we're in front, at the desk with, the defendants and the lawyers, and then people are in the rows behind us. And Belinda Parker Brown was not that far behind me, which I really appreciated and enjoyed hearing, because Belinda Parker Brown is a court watcher, among other things. So I appreciated hearing her commentary throughout the trial, saying like they're lying through their teeth, So that was great. And just all the support, all the members of Black is Back, it was really powerful. Paul Pumphrey was on the ground for however long that was, a month or 2 months, the Freedom Summer Project under President Emmanuel's leadership. So just salute everybody, and also want to salute the Uhuru 3's brilliant legal team, who were transformed into, they were strong lawyers. That's why the chairman wanted them, because they were effective lawyers, but they had never done anything like this and did not immediately understand what it means when the chairman said, this is a political trial. Mm-hmm. And it took a lot of political education, training, and meetings, I would say hours long meetings. They were days long, several meetings that we had, with the chairman really deepening it. And at the end of the day, these lawyers went up there and in court, in their opening and closing arguments, said, Uhuru means freedom. And then, the chairman's attorney, Addie Griffin, in her closing argument, not going up there and saying, my client's a really nice guy and all that. She said, Omalia Shatella is a revolutionary. He is not for sale. Those were the closing arguments in federal court before this jury. And that was an example of these lawyers being able to unite that the political question was the leading thing here. And it was really important for them to argue the legal questions. But at the end of the day, as the chairman said, this wasn't about the law, and that the political question had to be the leading question. And that if you just tried to fight it in some kind of legalistic tit for tat way about, this statute or that statute, it would be a losing game. But politically, there was no way that the party could lose. And that's exactly what happened, because the charge was a political charge. The charge was basically saying that the whole principle of African self-determination that the chairman has dedicated his life to for over 50 years is fraudulent. That actually African people are not leading their own struggle, are not fighting for their own agency and liberation. Russians are telling them to do it. They even tried to say that a Russian gave the chairman the idea for reparations. So this is the kind of political content contained in these charges, which is why the strategy, the political/legal strategy that the attorneys successfully carried out in that courtroom was to go up there, and when it came time for us to present evidence, it wasn't just the same 5 emails that the jury had already seen 1,000 times from the prosecutors. No, it was issue after issue of the Burning Spear newspaper going back to the 1970s, even earlier than the 1970s, the 1960s with Jomo, showing they said, oh, the Russians got the Uhuru movement and the chairman to take on the question of genocide. So our attorneys are up there saying, actually, the word genocide appears 780 times in the various issues of the Burning Spear, starting with the very first one. And, showing all the different instances of the chairman and the party, they said, oh, it was because of the Russians that the chairman opposed the U.S. position on the war with Ukraine and Russia. Well, actually, the record shows, the Burning Spear newspaper, that the chairman has opposed every single U.S. and U.S.-backed war from the moment that the Burning Spear started going to print. So these political questions were really key. And that's why at the end of the day, though obviously we disagree with the conspiracy conviction, and our appeal argues why we think that happened based on bad jury instructions, lies, slander put out by the prosecutors in their closing argument that our lawyers argue actually rose to the level of prosecutorial misconduct. But nonetheless, the jury was able to hear the fact that, as the chairman said on the courthouse steps the day of the verdict, that the jury could not find the Uhuru movement guilty of working for anybody but Black people. So that was really significant, and that was because of the leadership of the chairman in fighting this every step of the way as a political trial. Okay, I actually was not planning to say any of that, so I don't know. I don't know how much time I have left, but I'll be quick. I'll just skim through this. The question of the elections and the role, the importance of the electoral strategy of the Uhuru Movement, the Black is Back coalition in relationship to the attack on the chairman and the Uhuru 3 is really important, because one of my memories of July 29th, 2022 was when Amanda and I were at the Solidarity Center, and they were raiding the building in our apartment upstairs. At some point, the lead investigator who was on site there, Kelly Bowen, we later came to find out was her name, she came up to us, and this is the first time she had explained why they were there. And all she said to us was, an indictment came out of Tampa, is going to come out of Tampa, Florida today. It's going to be in the news, and it's very serious. It's an indictment of a Russian national, and it has to do with election interference and interference with our democracy. So those were her words. So elections and democracy, these were the first words I heard about what was going on July 29th. The chairman said, because the indictment was all about, not all about, but largely about the idea that the chairman running candidates for office in St. Petersburg, Florida in 2017 and 2019 was somehow part of a Russian orchestrated plot to sow discord and interfere in the elections in the United States. And the chairman actually said on the steps of his house the day of the raids that he wanted to sue the Justice Department and the FBI for violation of the Voting Rights Act. And he said, what's the difference between white nationalists bombing churches in Birmingham because of African people trying to register for the right to vote, to participate in the electoral process, and bombing the chairman and deputy chair's house with flashbang grenades on July 29th for what? Mobilizing African people to participate in the electoral process. So that was a key thing. And if you look at the indictment, the so-called overt acts, the election is all throughout it. And I'll just skip ahead here to say that the 4 people who were unindicted co-conspirators in the original indictment of Alexander Ionov were, obviously, the primary target, Chairman Amalia Shatella, the first Uhuru candidate, who ran for mayor twice in St. Petersburg, and especially notable the early 2000s run for mayor by the chairman, and who was the leader of the electoral campaigns in St. Pete in 2017 and 2019, gave all of the political and strategic leadership to that. The other person who was an unindicted co-conspirator was Chairwoman Penny Hess, who, in addition to being the chair of APSC, was the campaign manager in the electoral campaigns in St. Petersburg in 2017. And then the other 2 people who were indicted was Director Akile, who was the candidate for city council in 2017 and 2019. And according to the US government's indictment, was actually the main vehicle through which the Russians were working to capture the White House, was Director Akile. And myself, who ran for mayor under the party's leadership in St. Petersburg in 2017 on the platform of unity through reparations. So I don't think that's a coincidence that the people who were targeted all had some direct relationship to this whole question of the party's strategy for using the electoral arena to advance the interests of the African working class. Because the chairman has said the elections are not set up for that purpose. They're not set up to have discussions about reparations and Black community control of the police and gentrification. They're set up to function as a nonviolent contest between contending sectors of the ruling class. So, and the ruling class wanted so badly to shut down that discussion that in 2017, they sent police to the debates. They prevented the Uhuru candidates from participating in some of the debates. They did the leader of the Pinellas County Democratic Party called us domestic terrorists, and the head of the police union agreed with her. They did everything they could to try to shut down that discussion, to silence the voice of the African working class. And then 5 years later, they literally tried to throw the chairman, Chairwoman Penny Hess, Director Akile, though they could not indict her or did not end up indicting her, and myself in prison, in part for having been involved in the chairman's strategy to win these questions through the electoral arena. So I think I'm probably out of time, but I do want to echo the call all out to Atlanta. July 21st, there will be the event Chairwoman Penny mentioned, the 22nd, the oral argument hearing, and then a summation that day. This is going to be a really powerful precedent-setting hearing where the attorneys will argue, especially Leonard Goodman will be representing and arguing before the appeals court many things, many important issues, which people who attended the trial will be familiar with much of it. You will remember Addie Griffin's endless objections to everything that the judge was doing, or that the prosecutors were doing, I should say. And a lot of that, is captured in the appeal. But the last thing I will say is that one of the most important points that the appeal argues is the same point that the motion for dismissal argued, that was filed by our attorneys before the trial happened, to say this thing should not be allowed to go to trial because the indictment itself is a violation of the First Amendment. And that's the precedent that the government wants to set with this case, is that they can raid you, the FBI can raid you, and they can legally, quote, put you in, on trial and put you in prison simply for talking, because they allege that supposedly a foreign government or a foreign principal gave you direction or control to say the things you said. And the precedent that the appeal is attempting to set is that actually, no, they cannot do that, or they should not be allowed to do that based on the First Amendment. And this is the first time in history this law has ever been used in this way. And our intention is that it will be the last time it's ever used in this way. So all out to Atlanta.
Jesse, just to let you know, you were good on time. You still had like 4 or 5 minutes left. So just to let you know that. But Chairman Amalia Shatella is the next panelist up. And we're very excited to hear your summation of this. Uhuru, Brother Chairman. Woo, woo, woo.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Vice Chair. Lisa, and I want to express my appreciation to the steering committee again, to these incredible forces who constitute the powerful committee, Hands Off Uhuru Committee, and Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa, which is really the name of the committee. And I want to also make the point that from the very beginning, our objective was to establish this as a counteroffensive. That this is not just being on the defensive and they're doing this and therefore we counter that. The objective was to carry out the mission that resulted in them attacking us in the first place. And that was to pursue the absolute right of African people to control our own lives, our own destiny. And that this was the contradiction that the government attempted to smother, to obscure by coming up with these ridiculous charges that they made. So I wanted to say that. And I also think it's important for me to repeat what has been recognized already by comrades, the significant role that the Comrade Deputy Chair, Ona Zanae Shatella, played in this entire process. And that's because much of what we see, the work of the party haven't achieved in this last period that incited the government to attack us is what our lawyers saw. The lawyers who initially were okay with defending us based on some rights, democracy, of free speech, but didn't understand it. Not really. In fact, the first question I asked all of the lawyers before we declared they were going to be our lawyers is, do you believe that we are guilty of what they claim we are guilty of? And, they gave some lawyerly responses to that. But for me, the issue was if they said yes, then they need not have been our lawyers. But instead, what has occurred is when they had a chance to come here to St. Louis and to experience what it is that we do, what we have done, who we are, they said, now I understand why you were attacked. And that because the question for me is, if they didn't think we were guilty of what the government said we did, then why do you think the government attacked us? Right? So that's the political question that we were dealing with. And I think that's extremely important for us to understand. The other thing I want to mention is that we talked a lot about free speech because that's a critical kind of question. The issue of people being able to utilize what's supposed to be, and this is what was helpful in some ways, the Bill of Rights that guarantee people the ability, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of say it again? Religion, etc. That was supposed to be something that we were guaranteed. So that's important for us because that's something that would allow all of the Americans, if you will, an opportunity to state whether they believe in their own Constitution, their own Bill of Rights. Right. But for us, we also recognize the question was beyond simple free speech. It was anti-colonial free speech because even when the Bill of Rights was ratified by the U.S. Congress, African people we were property. So we had no rights at all. We have no rights of free speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, anything. And to the extent that people, colonizer, white people, would burn us alive, would hang us, and do all kinds of horrible things to us if we said the wrong thing or if we looked the wrong way. We used to talk about even having reckless eyeballing as a crime that we had to pay for. They said we looked at a white woman wrong. This kind of thing. We heard it called something else a little while ago, something like some kind of rape, eyeball raping or something to that effect. I mean, this is kind of stuff that was done to us as a people. So the question for us is struggling against colonialism. So for us, we had a different perspective. One of the things they charged me with is the charges was that I had gone to Moscow in 2000, I think it was 15. I went twice to Moscow. And I went to international conferences that were held in Moscow by NGO, a non-governmental organization there. They had to do with self-determination for peoples around the world, that kind of thing. And they said that when I went to Moscow, that's when I became an agent of the Russians. Well, they didn't say anything about when I went to Spain in 2007, where the Spanish government played a really important role in having me come there, where people who had been with the part of the United Nations had played an important role of having me come there, and they paid me a substantial amount of money, not the so-called $5,000 that they said the Russians paid to us over a 5-year or 7-year period or something to that effect, which is absolutely ridiculous, etc. But there were white people who were in Moscow too. There's some of these same conferences that I'm talking about. There were white organizations, some of which might be considered leftist, some which were reactionary right-wing organizations that had actually plotted to try to have a secessionist movement to take Texas, I think it was, to succeed for a place that white people can have their own independent state. I mean, I fought them during, the thing that I went to, but they were not charged, even though they told them they took money from the Russians, et cetera. We took nothing from them. And so this is part of what I think is really important to understand, that we were involved in anti-colonial free speech. If you look at what's happening here and around the world, what are they charging people primarily with? Well, opposition to the war. They attacked us. Now they are anti-war in a certain way. The government is. They're anti-war in Ukraine and they started the war in Ukraine.
Right.
You understand? And that's part of why they attacked us, because we said we oppose that war, et cetera. And if the same white left that now claims to be against what's happening in Palestine has supported us when we were talking about this false war that they were initiating against Russia using Ukraine as a vehicle, we would have a much better movement. There would be a much better movement now than what actually exists. I think that also it's important to mention that much of what we've been talking about today during this process. I want to also recognize that Comrade Cam Howard has arrived. And Comrade Cam is another member of the steering committee of the coalition. And this comrade reminded me some time ago of a brother Asiel, Prince Asiel, who came from Chicago and part of the movement internationally, and particularly in Israel, where they've established like a real community of African people who are fighting for independence of African people, and how this brother was charged with being charged under the Foreign Agents Registration Act as well, and tried and convicted because they said he was employed by Zimbabwe to help deal with the sanctions that the U.S. had imposed on Zimbabwe. And these were sanctions they imposed on Zimbabwe because the government had the audacity to take back the land that had been taken from them at gunpoint with Maxim machine guns that was introduced to war against African people some time ago in what was then called Rhodesia. So a point I'm making is that the struggle is against colonialism. And it has never been about, and we have never just been in a fight for voting. Our struggle has always been about winning independence for our people. And I want to also make a statement about how the claim about somehow the Russians, this is extraordinary. The Russians created first of all, the Russians are responsible, they said, for the fact that the party initiated a campaign against genocide, which is the United Nations Convention on the punishment, prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide. This happened in 1948. And then a couple of years after that, Africans were at the United Nations, wrote an entire document. I forgot how many pages it was contained in that, saying that America was guilty of committing genocide against us. Yeah. We initiated in 1982 a convention, a tribunal on reparations for African people in the United States. International tribunal, use international law and what have you. In fact, there's a book that we have back, somewhere back there that we just republished on that reparations demand. And they claim, I think it's important to say that because this was 1982. And we committed also this international panel of jurors convicted the United States for genocide against African people. And we figured at that time that African people were owed $4.1 trillion just in reparations, just for stolen labor alone. So, and this person from Russia, they say we were working for, had to say that I wasn't doing this work before he was born. Right. And that is true. So this whole thing that they would undermine the struggle of African people, the legitimacy of our struggle, by saying that we don't have legitimate claims about oppression, exploitation of African people, it's illegitimate because, and the statement that they're making obviously is that everything is good for Black people, and we wouldn't be making these statements if the Russians hadn't paid us to do this. Right. So this is the kind of stuff that we had to contend with, and so I just wanted to really help people recognize that we are talking about anti-colonial free speech, that the colonized people ourselves, and that African people fought for the democratic space to be able to utilize various means, including elections, to pursue our objectives for freedom, not just for the right to vote. You hear sometimes Black people, liberals, what have you, talk about, we died for the right to vote. No, the voting issue was an instrument that we used to win freedom. I would remind people that James Foreman, in 1969, went to Riverside Church, barely almost a year to the month that Martin Luther King had spoken there. And when Martin Luther King had questioned his ability to maintain fidelity to nonviolence, et cetera, in that meeting. And the FBI had already determined that King would be a problem if he ever abandoned this whole thing about nonviolence coming from liberal whites. King did that. And then a year later, here is Jim Foreman, who was the international leader of the International Work for Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He disrupts the service at Riverside Church. He demands $500 million reparations to African people and from the churches and the synagogues. And he said, we're asking the churches and the synagogues. We're not saying, this is not to the government, not to corporations. I'm sure he wasn't opposed to the corporations and the government, but we were saying because the churches and the synagogues makes these claims of being for justice and for righteousness and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's where that came from. And in terms of the reparations work that they claim the Russians created, many people do not understand why you see an increasingly favorable polls coming from white people in this country who support reparations. But the fact is, as a consequence of opening up this whole new front that we opened up of almost 50 years ago with the solidarity movement, we created a situation where now at least 130 cities in this country, there are white people who are working for reparations to African people. And I don't mean just talking about it. I mean actually engaged in political activity demanding reparations, opposed to colonialism, this kind of thing. This is the part of strategic objective that we've established. This is one of the reasons what we've done here that you saw Penny Hess and Jesse Neville being locked up. This is the first time you've ever seen them having to do this to the white community. They killed Malcolm, they killed King, they killed Fred Hampton. You didn't see anything meaningful coming from the white community. It was dead silence. But this instance, we had opened up a whole new front in their own house, in their own communities, in their own neighborhoods, in their own families, and what have you, demanding reparations to African people, which meant that they could not be satisfied with simply coming to attack me and attacking African people, Akile, what have you. They had to go to the white community and use flashbang grenades, battering rams, knock down doors and things like that, and threaten them at gunpoint. So this is a whole new development, and this is a remarkable point that we've achieved in the struggle for African independence, and this is what helps us to understand the significance of the space that we've won using to win the Voting Rights Act in the first place, and it suggests some things that we need to do going forward. I just want to say finally that we did not get the right to vote by voting for it. Yeah. All right, Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru, and I just want to say that people really need to study some of the issues and some of the fights that people are raising, in this school, because the hands-off Uhuru fight was fought so brilliantly. It truly was. And most of the time, at least what I'm accustomed to hearing, is when the government comes after somebody, especially if they're facing a whole lot of time, a lot of people choose to fight it quietly. They don't want to say anything. They don't want to make public statements. It's been my experience that many times they are advised by the attorneys to do that. But I will say this much, the Uhuru Three never did that. And the chairman immediately, the strategy was to be very public about it and to expose this fight. And in doing that, they exposed the US government, but they also showed other people how to fight and what was ahead. And I really think about this because I know of some people locally who were rightfully protesting in front of a synagogue that was auctioning off Palestinian homes, the homes of Palestinian people. So they were outside protesting that. And now the government under the Trump administration has come after them under the FACE Act, which is the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, and saying that because they were outside, they're saying they were targeting their religion and all of that. But they have chosen to be silent about it, to withdraw. And so nobody knows what is going on. And therefore, nobody really knows how to fight. Nobody knows what they could be facing in the future. So I just really want to emphasize that again, and the strategy that you all took. And I think that that needs to be studied. I really do. I wanted to just say that. Uhuru! Now I got to get back to what I'm supposed to be doing. Next, we're going to hear from the working groups of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And this is where you'll hear how some of the 19 points, there are other working groups that also the 19 points don't specifically cover, but still you'll sort of see how we kind of like bring this together to make it boots on the ground, and to make it a reality. And the first person who I am always so honored to introduce, you're going to hear me say that about everybody because I truly am so honored to introduce everyone, but is Sister Betty Davis, who is with the Black Community Control of Education Working Group. She is a former adjunct professor at Medgar Evers College and co-founder of the New Abolitionist Movement and a longtime activist for community control of education. Since the New York City school strike in 1967. She is also the chair of the Black Community Control of Education Working Group of the Coalition and is the host of the very popular radio show on WBAI, What's Happening. And Sister Betty, I believe you have somebody who will be presenting with you.
Yes, I want to talk fast. As Malcolm said, when they put him on, I think, a year's silence for the chickens come home to roost. It's been a while since I've had this opportunity, and I can't wait to get at it. I'm gonna co-workshop this activity with Dr. Paula Starnes. She holds a doctorate degree in her field of education, a master's degree in education, and a double major bachelor's degree in communications and political science. The chairman knows her as someone who was prosecuted for reckless eyeballs, and she'll tell you more about that. In addition, she is the executive director of Experience Youth Social Educational Training Academy, and she'll tell you more about how that happened. And before I turn the mic over to her, I want to share with you the fact that when Black communities lose their vote, the schools pay a price. And I want to share with you the fact that the majority of our children are still in the public school system. And I want to share with you the fact that of the majority of our children who are in the public school system, 1 to 6 or 1 to 7 of them in every city is houseless. And so when we talk about how for generations, Black families have understood that the right to vote and the right to equality public education are not inseparable. Education, according to Frederick Douglass, means emancipation. And so I want to turn the mic over to someone who doesn't just have boots on the ground, she's got reckless eyeballs too. Dr. Paula, thank you for joining us. And tell us what you've been doing as a member of the Education Working Group of the Black is Back Coalition. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. First, I want to give honor to Amalia Shatella, Chairman, Betty Davis, Lisa Davis. I'm just so thankful to be in the midst. Let me move because I'm out and about. I am very thankful because I had no place to turn as an educator who only knew that as long as I did what I was supposed to do, which was to go to school, get a job, have 1.5 kids, and drive a nice car, have a nice home, I've made it. I didn't think I needed to do anything else until at work, I heard, I'm an educator. So there are other educators in Massachusetts, because that's where I reside, in Massachusetts. There are other educators that don't look like me. Many people in Massachusetts are of another persuasion, and that's fine. However, they were using the N-word to teach our Black students in Springfield, Massachusetts. So I figured, you know what, let me tell the principal. Let me just let the principal know what's going on. And then it went to the superintendent. Then it went to the mayor, who was the chair of the school committee, and then nothing. After 8 months of hoping that they would do something, I then went to the Board of Education, and the Board of Education did an investigation. And after that, I became targeted. Now, Chairman Yeshitela, he speaks in a way where many people like me that are educated would think, oh, that happens to other people. That'll never happen to someone like me because I'm not a Russian spy, or I'm not this, or I'm not that. But I'm here to tell my colleagues who are educated that in your own city, you could be targeted. So after I brought it to the Board of Education, I was then targeted by having my vice principal say I looked at her threateningly. She filed a criminal complaint against me for assault by eyeballing. Threatening look. That's the reckless eyeballing Jim Crow era that I experienced as of a year and a half ago. I had to go to criminal court for a year and a half. That is so crazy. If it didn't happen to me, I would have never thought it could ever happen to someone of my caliber. So I'm here to make sure that everybody understands that this fight isn't just for those Blacks that aren't educated, those Blacks that, typically are doing wrong. It's for all of us. We need to come together. And by the way, before I conclude, I thought that I could go to the NAACP or the Urban League or other places where we're told we can go. No, you need to join with the Black is Back Coalition if you want true and effective change. Thank you so much for your time.
And I want to conclude by reminding you that when the chairman says we're not going to vote our way to freedom, he means that this is a tool like any other strategic tool. And one of the things that I am so glad about is that this black bourgeoisie cannot run and hide anymore behind organizing these Eric Adams type black sycophants, so-called lead us. They cannot purport legislation such as Obama did, deporting millions of Haitians into a killing epidemic. And it is now our time to do what we're supposed to do or get off the pot. And so within that context, I'm saying to everybody, there is a community of comrades in Rockland, and they are challenging the school system to say, if you can't run it and you won't let us run it, we want the state to come in and appoint parents to run the school system. So they are using the right of election of a superintendent to challenge the whole system and say, well, we don't want mayoral control because the mayor is corrupt. But we want the right to vote for parents who will lead in collaboration with progressive educators to control the school budget to make sure that every child in the system gets their equal share of the tax dollar. And what I'd like to think is that when the chairman is talking about dual and contending powers and the control over your colony, that this is what he means. You're not going to vote your way to freedom. You're not going to march your way, but you should be daily challenging them. You're paying your tax dollar. Get your money back. And then when you get your money back, try to keep them from stealing it from you. And the only thing I saw that was comparable to what happened to the chairman that Florida night was what is happening to 80-year-old seniors in the Republic of Brooklyn as they use the police to knock down their locks and put them out of their homes. And one of the affairs that we had, fighting for the right to have intergenerational wealth, the whole block was surrounded with police. The whole block. And this is to take a house where the mortgage had been paid for. So when we talk about community control of public education and your intergenerational wealth, you got no excuse now. You can run for the local district leader and you can put the judges in and you can put the Board of Education in. This is what the election process means. And tomorrow you're going to learn how to do that. Thank you, Chairman.
Right on.
Uhuru, and thank you so much from the Black Community Control of Education Working Group. Thank you so much. Next up, it will be myself. And I'm going to be doing a brief presentation about the Political Action Working Group and the Healthcare Working Group. I have 10 minutes for this. Is there somebody who can time me and let me know when I'm timing? Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to first talk about the Political Action Working Group and the importance of the Political Action Working Group. And we really want to recruit more members. Is that we sort of like to keep our pulse on what is going on in society and the various issues that are happening, maybe the various campaigns that people are fighting within their areas, so that the Black is Back Coalition can take a position on that. We can make recommendations to the coalition and sort of keep abreast on the certain issues that are going on, and also talking about how to come up with maybe some political strategies to show support in our community, or to maybe challenge some of the things directly ourselves. And one of the things with that particular group that I think would be very helpful, it would be great to have people who are good with writing. I'm not the best writer. It takes me forever to write anything, but that's just sort of good. We need people with those kind of skills with writing, even skills with media, photography, people who just go places and they see something going on and they begin to record it. So that is one of the things with the Political Action Working Group that we want to really build up. And again, whenever I think about this working group, I think about Brother Sayero, who contributed so much to so many in so many ways. And when he transitioned, that just left a big hole and a big hole in my heart because his work was so valuable. So you're going to be hearing more about the Political Action Working Group, and I want to thank Brother Paul and Sister Betty, who also contribute to that working group, and also Brother Zakib Barudi had a representative from WAPO contributing. So I just want to give a shout out to the people who have made contributions to that working group, and to say, yes, we want to really grow it, and we want to create the capacity to do so much more. And next, I'm going to talk about the healthcare working group. And the healthcare working group has been in existence almost since the beginning of the Black is Back Coalition. In fact, the way it came into existence, and I say this because if any of you want to join the Black is Back Coalition, and let's say there's something that you don't think we're doing enough work with, or that you have an idea, and you're like, look, we need to be doing stuff with this area, you can always feel free to make that suggestion. And because I did that one of the first meetings I went to with the Black is Back Coalition in North, they had their annual conference, and I was like, you don't have anything about health. There should be a working group about health, and they agreed to it, and that's how I started began working with the healthcare working group, and we have worked on many campaigns. I mean, it's amazing the things that we would hear about hospitals trying to make decisions for people that they did not want to be made for them. One of the first cases that we worked with was baby Dylan, in which this little newborn baby had been born in Philadelphia. His mother had sickle cell anemia. She was visiting from out of town, and so she ended up having the baby in Philadelphia. And the hospital, the University of Pennsylvania hospital system, took full advantage of that and immediately took the baby from the mother and began injecting the baby with morphine, a newborn baby, without assessing anything. And the family did not want that. And every single day they're injecting this newborn baby with morphine, and they claim that it's because the mother had sickle cell anemia, and they also put out an Amber Alert, preventing the family from being able to get the baby out of the hospital and all of that. And so one of the comrades in Philadelphia called, and we're like, oh no, we got to work on this. And that's what we did, and we were organizing. And in fact, I didn't even have to go into Philadelphia to attend any of the demonstrations that they were organizing outside of Philadelphia. This was so timely, we had to move, and I was working in New York at that time. And I'm just so proud to say that we were able to move fast, and they ended up releasing that baby to the family. And as far as I know, the baby is doing well. The baby's maybe about 10, 12 years old now. So those are some of the things with the healthcare working group. And one of the things about healthcare, it's not just about having access and affordability to certain healthcare. It is about our people being able to say, to define what we call healthcare, what we want. We should be able to say what our medicines are. We have a glorious legacy within, the African continent. One of the first, we're the first human forms of life developed, certainly the first human forms, probably the first forms of all life. And they had the first civilizations and the first healthcare systems, their way of understanding our relationship to this earth, which is not something that always goes along with the colonizers. In fact, the colonizers, many times, it is the plant modalities, it is the local people in these areas on the continent, even in the area called North America, and these people who know and have a completely different understanding and relationship to this earth and to the power of this earth. The pharmaceutical industry, it is these plants and this knowledge that undergirds the pharmaceutical industry, and it is not just about the colonizers going in and taking their plants and their resources. They have discovered they cannot manufacture or get from these plants and all of that if they just look at them, in a laboratory. They need to understand the knowledge of the local people or the people who from that area. So they need our knowledge. They will never acknowledge that, but they do. So I just wanted to bring that up, and also I just want to briefly say something about Ebola. I heard Comrade Luezi mentioned that, and also Comrade Paul Pumphrey, and we know that there's an outbreak of Ebola or a potential outbreak of Ebola right now. But I want to be clear about something. The first time something like Ebola ever showed up anywhere on Earth was in 1967 or around that time in Marburg, Germany. And what happened was you had scientists who were working on a vaccine for the polio, for polio, and 31 scientists began to get some kind of condition or disease, a hemorrhagic disease where something happened. And I guess Ebola shows up how people bleed or however that is. And that was the first time you ever heard of anything like that. And it was Marburg, Germany. They called it Marburg disease. And then about 10 years later, somehow this disease, quote unquote, continent hops. And you had the first time that there was ever any recorded case of this disease was in, then they called it Zaire, but which is now the Democratic Republic of Congo and South Sudan. And interestingly enough, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, it didn't happen in like one of the villages. It happened, there was an outbreak at the Belgian mission. The Belgian mission, European mission, where the outbreak happened. And then in South Sudan, from what I understand, there was a lot of exchange and interactions and all of that with Europeans and the way that they controlled and owned certain things, but that was also one of the areas where it happened. So we have to understand too with this vicious, ruthless system that it is also about biological warfare, biological weapons, although I can't really say whether that Ebola was discovered because of that. No, by the way, it got the name Ebola because the outbreak in the Congo happened near the Ebola River. But we also see that is the colonizers' ability to just be able to completely rewrite narratives, even define what truth is. They said, no, this is Ebola. It's not Marburg disease. It's Ebola. Unlike it's Marburg disease. And they got it because you brought it there, whether deliberate or not. But that's how it happened. And even Darwin has said, there tends to be this thing where the colonizers go, where Europeans go into these various areas, death follows them. So I just wanted to, just relay that information. We'll be doing more reports about that, but we need to understand the truth about how Ebola came here. It was never, ever, ever did they have a case of it on the continent before, and it first appeared in Germany, and it's Marburg disease. And Uhuru. So now I'll present the next person. Hold on one second, please. Next we'll hear from the Black Community Control of Police Working Group, and we are going to hear from Brother Dr. Maximella Odom. And again, let me just get this together a moment. I have your bio right in front of me. Dr. Maximella Odom, he is the former international president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. He also writes for the Burning Spear newspaper and co-hosts the Black Power Talks podcast with Black Power 96. And he is also a professor in Africana Studies who has published on a variety of issues pertaining to African liberation and revolutionary culture. And he is the chair of the Black Community Control of Police Working Group. And Brother Maximella, if I made any errors with your proper positions, please correct me. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I think you got everything right. Matsamela Odom. I'm the director of cadre development for the African People's Socialist Party. I'm also the head of the Black Community Control of Police working group, and I'm happy to be here today. This important and historic conference. We're talking. This is the 10th annual Blacks Back Coalition and Electoral Campaign School. I really also want to salute the strategic nature in which this is done, right? Because I want to salute how we forward it with the sort of theoretical, we forward it with the political questions, and then we get into the practical understanding of electoral politics. The reason why I say that is because, as Chairman has talked about, generally, um, the petty bourgeoisie sees it the other way around. The petty bourgeoisie just want us to get in to talk about how we can mobilize, get out the vote, X, Y, and Z. That's because they don't want us, they don't want the African working class to have our own sort of theory and science behind political activity. So it's just so important. And that's where Black community control of the police comes in many different ways. So I want to begin by saluting Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who's the chair of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. We know that the Black is Back Coalition is nearing its 18th year of existence, but we also know that the principles that guide the Black is Back Coalition really goes back almost 50 years to 1977 to the tactics and strategies for Black liberation laid out by Chairman Omali Yeshitela at Amherst University in April 1977. And that's what guides the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru movement, but we also see an expression of it inside the work of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. I want to salute all of the steering committee members of the Black is Back Coalition and say that, speak to point 3 of the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, which is Black community control of the police, in which we say that we demand the immediate withdrawal of all military occupation forces from Black communities. This democratic demand assumes the ability of Black people to mobilize our own security and to redefine the role of the police so that it no longer functions as an agency imposed on us from the outside. And I really want to underscore that understanding that this is a democratic demand. And as we push forward with these democratic demands, we really sort of accelerate a crisis inside colonialism, one which sort of places our demand for a self-determination against the colonial understanding of democracy, which is anything but which against colonial democracy. I want to begin by talking about some of the goals of the Black Community Control of the Police Working Group, and then talk about a victory that we've had. The goals and objectives of the Black Community Control of Police Working Group are to first and foremost make Black Community Control of Police a household word. And the truth is that now, uh, uh, let's say 12 years after, or 13 years after well, 12 years after the killing of Mike Brown and the the choice not to charge Darren Wilson with his murder. I stand even more confident in the growth and expansion of the demands for Black community control of the police, or Black control over the police. Sometimes you hear that, and making it a household word. Not be solely, well, partially because of the fact that all the other sort of reformist tendencies have been defeated, have been exposed, and it's Black community control police and our multiple manifestations that has seen a success. I'm going to speak to you all about one of those successes, and I'll just tell you a little bit about, which is the success of the Daryl Mickles campaign in in Brooklyn recently. But I want to say we also want to, so in this, we want to build working groups. We want to establish local build working group, the working group committee. We want to establish local working groups. We want to establish Black community control of police trainings. We want to research ballot measures and get Black community control of police and on the ballot and or passed by local councils. There's some places where you don't even need necessarily a ballot measure. Some places you can go to a local council and get a majority vote in support of Black community control of police resolutions. I want to guide you all to the Black is Back Coalition website. Go to blackisbackcoalition.org. Go under the campaigns tab, and under the campaigns tab, you can get Black community control of police material, including the resolution, including propaganda such as the banner that you can get reprinted as well. As well, if you email us at info@blackisbackcoalition.org, we can help your organization create the materials needed to make Black community control police a local campaign with your organization, with your groups and things like that, where you are. We want to lead outreach campaigns, hold public forums, help you create local change.org petitions, establish even Black community courts where we take public safety into our own hands. We want to organize public debates. You know, what does it mean? How is Black community control of police different than simply defunding the police? And these are important points we need to take to the people. We want every branch and organization to have a Black community control of the police banner as well. We want to distribute have a Black community control police broadside postering campaign where we take the demand to the people. So I want to end with this. I want to talk about the success and salute the work of the Impedum International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement in New York and the comrades in Brooklyn, who in 2024 answered the call to defend Darrell Mickles. Darrell Mickles was an African man shot by New York transit police at the Sutter L Avenue station in Brownsville, Brooklyn. The Mickles case was a manifestation of domestic colonialism. It was where in which the police act as an occupying force deployed to violently contain and criminalize the impoverished and oppressed African community of Brownsville. And we already heard some of the stuff. Especially this should not be seen in separate from the stuff around deed theft and stuff like that that you already heard about for today. And I know I'm about 2 minutes, so I'll just go ahead and say this: by unleashing a hell of gunfire that struck not just Mickles but 4 people over a mere $2.90 transfer fare, the colonial capitalist state demonstrated its disregard for African life, answering answering, the African demands that public transportation be free to all with state violence. The subsequently Mickles was shackled to a police bed and held with a ridiculous $200,000 bail with 8-count indictment. They tried to throw the book at him, but it's the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement who organized under the demand of Black community control of the police. I really want to salute. You see him on here right now, Nkululeko Sechaba, who is the head of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement over there. And like I said, they really underscore what we mean by making Black community control of the police a household word and a mass demand that people call upon. I'll just end by reading a statement that they put out recently on Impedum social media. They said yesterday, Wednesday, June 3rd, Darrell Mickles was able to walk out of the courtroom doors and finally breathed fresh air. He took a plea deal that involved pleading to 2 misdemeanors and no felonies with time served. Um, 1 year for $2.90 and 1 year for carrying a pocket knife. Danny Chun's courtroom is deadly. But it is a win that Darrell is being released from the Rikers death camp, and after almost 2 years is able to be to reconnected with his family and community. It is a win that he will have no felony charges on his record. It is a win that he can now access proper medical care. Darrell's steadfast resistance and refusal to concede to the insurmountable state pressure, mobilization of mass support for Darrell, and the consistent pressure against the judge, NYPD, district attorney, Department of Corrections, and every state actor are what helped secure Darrell's release and clear Darrell of 5 felony charges levied against him. Feeling pressure on both fronts from the inside and outside prison walls, the state apparatus knew the people would refuse to accept the demonizing narrative spun about Darrell. And this is so important because remember, this was the time in which the liberal media was demonizing Darrell at the same time that they were holding up the African man that was killed on the train. They demonized Darrell, giving leaning credibility to this ridiculous colonial narrative. And it's at this point that Black Sabbath Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations and PETM stood up in defense of Darrell, formed this committee, and allow for us to get the political victories that we have here. They go on to say Darrell nor the African community never received justice for ongoing mass incarceration of African people, for fair evasion, and the ongoing exploitation of our communities via the MTA, Metropolitan Transit Authority, and various other agencies. We continue to fight against the NYPD, MPA, the court system, and all forms of exploitation that are part of America's program of genocide against the African working class. This time with Darrell fighting alongside us on the outside. And I'll just go ahead and finish up. They say all plea deals are coercive. This was no exception. Darrell had to make a verbal statement in the plea called an allocution, where he had to verbalize what he did and why, swear his statement is voluntary, and waive his right to a trial, witnesses, and the presumption of innocence. Defendants do not want to be saying what they are saying with the allocutions. Darrell looked at his lawyer and shook his head no when the judge was forcing him to verbalize intent to harm. It was clearly against his will. It's part of the humiliation ritual and trap of to force people to admit guilt on the record and when it's not true. We know a guilty plea, it does not mean Darrell is guilty. Finally, they say Darrell is relieved to be out. His family is overjoyed to be reunited with him. He is determined to keep fighting. We must organize to overturn all the colonial conditions imposed on the African community within U.S. borders, the same conditions of oppression and exploitation that created the circumstances which led to the police mass shooting. So once again, salute to the work of the Black Community Control of the Police Committee, organized in defense of Darrell Mickles in New York. Salute to impede salute to the leadership of Chairman Omale Shatella. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so very much for that report, brother, Dr. Maximella, and also shout out to all the people that you mentioned and all the work that they're doing who worked in that case. And Uhuru, do we have Brother Dawood, the Reparations Working Group, the chair of the Reparations Working Group? Is he with us? Brother Dawood?
Yes.
Okay, let me introduce you. Okay. Brother Dawood, fellow New Jerseyan, and I claim basically what Brother Nkululeko did. I just happen to be born in this place. It ain't in me, but it's just how where I happen to be born. But Brother Dawood Khalik was born and raised in Jersey City, New Jersey, and he graduated from Henry Snyder High School, sole class of 1969, and attended New Jersey City University. where he worked with the Black Student Union organization, the Black Freedom Society. He worked as a guest teacher with the Jersey City Board of Education and held that position until May of 1983 when he moved to California. Soon after arriving in California, he began to search for and later found out about the local activist scene. Since living in California, he has worked with Unity in Action, SWAPO Support Committee, and Malcolm X Grassroots Movement. In the year 2000, he became a charter member of the Reparations Platform Coalition, which is now the Reparations United Front. To this day, he remains a member in good standing, where from time to time he works as the organization's memory keeper, aka recording secretary. He's now the chair of the Black is Back Coalition's Reparations Working Group. Uhuru, Brother Dawood. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. So, trying to get a few notes together here.
Oh, by the way, you have 10 minutes. We all have 10 minutes for this section.
All right. Well, it's not going to be that. I'm not going to take that long. Let's see. Hold on. Well, I guess I can go with this. All right. In an attempt to unify the reparations movement nationally, the BIBC should go about organizing a reparations webinar that would invite various reparations groups from every city in the United States that has, a Black population, and especially if they have like a reparations, organization or committee in that city. But we need to call a national reparations webinar. That's my first order of business. I'd like to see that happen. It's going to take a bit of doing, but if we could just gather some names and addresses of
Brother Dawood, are you able to move forward a little bit more so we can see your face better since you're talking? Right. Yeah, that's better.
All right, now we're locked in.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you see me now?
Actually, your camera's off.
Oh, okay.
All right, we can see you now.
Okay. Now, we got to put together a list of invitees, to this webinar. I think we should try and get as many addresses as we can from across the nation, and then come together and see work on two main issues. Who's going to pay reparations and who's going to receive reparations? Those are the two things that we must try to figure out and whatnot, so that we have a clear vision of what reparations is all about, as far as naming who's going to be doing the paying and who's going to be doing the receiving. So we need to like get the input of other reparations organizations and what they are doing as far as like the work that they are doing for reparations. Find out like what's going on with them. But this webinar could set a clear path and whatnot for us to move forward and be effective with it. Okay. Let's see, reparations will not be achieved by any one or two organizations. My vision is to see the Nationally United Reparations chapters in all major cities and various states, sort of like the NAACP. The aim of the webinar to determine the state of the current reparations movement and get ideas from reparations advocates. How do we move forward as a collective to achieve reparations? There must be a meeting of the minds as to what does reparations, or what reparations is and what reparations is not. Before we set a date, we should see how many participants we can secure. We should shoot for a mass participation. There must be ongoing recruitment of reparations allies for more states and cities. Presently, there are 10 states that have apologized for the reparations for the involvement in African slavery. Currently, there are 12 states who are involved with reparations and at least 9 cities. It's time that all these states and cities and reparations all come together to help a meeting of the minds and plan to take further positive action. Cannot let this movement fall by the wayside. This is our ongoing quest for economic justice, long overdue. Let's see, Los Angeles, Denver, Sacramento, Kansas City, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Chicago, Oakland, Evanston, Illinois, and New York City all have reparations organizations, as well as Mount Vernon, New York, Paterson, New Jersey, and Tacoma, Washington, and Long Beach, California. So this would be like the Reparations Congress #2, right? We had one back in like, what was it, 84, out of Compton College. So it's time for another one. We get the national membership of reparations work come together and do this here webinar. So in the coming weeks, I'm going to try to gather with help from the org as many reparations, contact information from as many reparations groups as we can find. It's a start, but it's got to start somewhere. We got to get this going because, it seems like the reparations movement is at a standstill for the moment. So what better way to get it going again, get it up and running, by having a webinar where we would, meet with these other groups and whatnot and ask them about their experiences and how, they plan to organize, say 2 heads are better than one.
One more minute.
So let's do that. Okay. Peace and blessings. I'm done.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Brother Dawood. Uhuru. And
Uhuru.
Our next presenter is Brother Emmanuel Maku. Is he in the room with you all?
Indeed he is.
Woo, 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 woo. Brother Emmanuel, let me introduce you properly. Brother Emmanuel McCoo, he is the chair of the Youth and Student Working Group, and he is a member of NPDUM and the African People's Socialist Party. He says he came into political participation through the annual March on the White House, and he is a product of the work of the Black is Back Coalition. And he said we're gonna have to change this because back then he was saying he's relatively new to organizing and he's a faithful student of the revolution. But brother Emmanuel, you are becoming a pro and an OG at organizing. And also your correct position again with NPDOM, you're the new international president, right? Or
Yes.
okay, great. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru.
And Uhuru, everyone. Thank you for being online and as well as watching. Thanks so much, comrade sister Lisa Davis, for the wonderful introduction. As Lisa has said, my name is Emmanuel. I'm the chair of the Youth and Student Working Group, and as well as the international president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And the Youth and Student Working Group is one of many working groups working under leadership of the Black Back Coalition, steering committee. I would like to salute Chairman Molly Shatella, chairman of the Black Back Coalition and leader of the Uhuru Movement. Salute to Vice Chair Lisa Davis, and salute to the rest of the BIB steering committee. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
As you know, we come into this 2026 10th Annual Electoral Campaign School during the time when the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was gutted. The attacks on voting rights, the gutting of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, as grotesque as it is the colonial system working. You shouldn't, and you shouldn't like it, just like you shouldn't like colonialism itself. In fact, conferring colonial subjects of a right to vote within the colonial system is not a feature of colonialism, but a reaction by colonialism to delay revolution by opening a pressure relief valve and giving an appearance of rights and democratic participation of the colonized while maintaining the same oppressive parasitic relationship between the colonizer and we the colonized. And colonialism, as represented in this instance, the U.S. colonial government, will give you the right to vote. It will give you the right to vote and nothing to vote for. They call this democracy. It is colonial democracy. The attack on our right to vote for Malcolm X's program, to vote for Martin Luther King's program, to vote for SNCC's program, to vote for the Black Panther Party's program, to vote for Jomo's program, etc., gave forces like Barack Hussein Obama and scores of neocolonial puppets a semblance of legitimacy in representing African people because Black power, Black liberation, and self-determination politics were shot out of the ballot, were arrested, were persecuted, worse than any crucible. The testament that the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations exists today, and its 19-point national Black political agenda for self-determination is being raised and fought for throughout the colonies, prove that Black is back and that we're not going back.
Right.
Uhuru. The African community represent the most dynamic and anti-war, anti-repression, anti-colonial, and anti-imperialist and pro-social justice sector of U.S. colonial society. War has always been waged on us. Repression has always been waged on us, and social justice long since denied. You heard it from our chairman just now. If it were not for the constant colonial state attacks on Black liberation, how many wars could have been prevented till now, or made politically very costly? The U.S. would not have a moment to attack the peoples of the world struggling for the capture of their resources and the return of their happiness, such as Palestine, Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, Africa, etc., because the U.S. would be too busy trying to cover its own behind right here. One of my favorite recent quotes coming from Chairman recently in response to the gutting of the Voting Rights Act was was when he said, "See, we told you." And that's right on. See, we told you. We told you that we have to have our own power. We told you that we have to have Black power. We told you that we have to fight for the Black Power blueprint. We told you that we have to have the African People's Socialist Party. We have to have the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. We have to have the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. We told you. We told you that we have to have a politic of Black nationalism. Marcus Garvey told you this 100 years ago while building the largest organization of Black people worldwide, some 11 and 12 million people, African people determined to free African people and reclaim Africa for Africans at home and abroad. Malcolm X told you in his ballot or bullet speech. Chairman Amali Chatel told you for 60 years, and the Black is Back Coalition has been telling you this. The Youth and Student Working Group is proud to be under the leadership of Black Power. The Youth and Student Working Group unites with the historical mission to end the 600-year-old colonial domination of our people. There is no democracy for the colonized under colonialism. Just like the so-called great Greek democracy, democratic societies had no genuine democracy for over 80% of its population who were enslaved. Rome, what they called the Great Republic, had some 90% living as captive subjects and slaves. We've said it all along. The highest expression of genuine democracy for the colonized has always been, is, and is always self-determination. This is what Chairman Amal Shatella has said all this time. This is what the African People's Socialist Party and the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement has said all these years for over half a century. This is what the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations has in its 19-point national Black political agenda for self-determination. To the preachers, the politicians, the scholars, the sellouts, the liberal Black petty bourgeoisie, we told you. We told you that you have to fight for Black power. Uhuru.
He dropped the mic.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Oh, he dropped the mic. Are you? Oh, but your presentation is over?
Well, I just want to say, if you're a youth and student or a student, join the Youth and Student Working Group of the Blacks Back Coalition. Join an instrument for Black Power. You won't find that in your schools, but you can build and organize on the campuses. You can build and organize in your communities, but you have to work under the leadership of an organization like the Blacks Back Coalition, or its many constituent organizations like MPDM or the African People's Socialist Party. This is how we get free. Youth and students are an incredible social force, but they're not a class. And so they may get swayed by the different class interests that they get taught in schools, that they get taught, in the churches or in the homes and things like that. But the African working class is what wins this. And you have to be under the leadership of the African working class. We told you.
We told you.
And you know,
I'm gonna remember that. We told you. We told you. I'm gonna remember that one. Next, it gives me an honor again to introduce the next presenter. This is for the Political Prisoners Working Group, but I have to just do some shout outs to some other people before I bring up our comrade. Of course, our revolutionary warrior, Brother Ralph Pointer, who has transitioned, but his whole life was about political prisoners. And he was adamant. He was so passionate about we must fight for political prisoners, and he had everything to do with building up the Political Prisoners Working Group. And then there's Brother Jihad Abdulmamit, and I know that Brother Jihad Abdulmamit has been traveling, and he has had things that he's been working with and taking care of. But I know he's done so much work on behalf of political prisoners and with the Black is Back Political Prisoners Working Group. And we just want to say that we thank him and we appreciate him so much. And we're looking forward to working with him again, as closely as we can. And then we have our sister, Brittany Hutcherson. And we want to thank her too, because she has been taking on the leadership position of the Political Prisoners Working Group, and she just was not able to present today. And I also must thank Sister Betty Davis. Somehow she is just able, I don't know how she's able to do all that she does, but it is also equally her commitment to make sure that we fight for our political prisoners. And she's always using a radio show, What's Happening, to promote these, to give voice to these issues, to every issue about the Black is Back Coalition. So I just wanted to give a shout out to those people who are also a part of the the political prisoners working group and who have put their heart and soul into it. And with that, I'm just so honored to introduce our next comrade. And thank you so much, Sister Betty, for the introduction. But he stepped right in and said, yes, I will present what has been going on, because he works very much with political prisoners. And we appreciate him so much. And his name is Frank Brown, and he says that he is involved with several formations around political prisoner advocacy and work. The following organizations are the following organizations are the Northeast Political Prisoner Coalition, that he co-chairs, the International Campaign to Free Kamal Siddiqui, and the Campaign to Free the Virgin Island 3. The work ranges from hosting a weekly podcast to outreach for an annual community curb fest for political prisoners. The driving force behind his participation is the idea that our political prisoners should not die in prison. Brother Frank Brown, and he also does quite a bit of work too around Cuba, so maybe he'll tell us a little bit about that too. Uhuru, Brother Frank, welcome to the Black is Back Coalition.
Uhuru, thank you for having me along. First and foremost, I just want to congratulate Uhuru and the Black is Back Coalition on the 10th Annual Electoral Campaign School. You know, that's commendable to be around 10 years doing that. Well, that particular formation. It is an honor, first and foremost, to be filling in for Ralph Pointer, because when you Google Ralph Pointer synonymously, his name is associated with political prisoner work. You see the image of Mumia Abu-Jamal, and it's very important that we take this idea of our political prisoners very seriously. So when the Black is Back Coalition on their 19-point agenda, number 4, it says free all political prisoners. A definition is given. It says this includes politicized prisoners who may have originally been in prison for non-political reasons, but who's achieved political consciousness after imprisonment resulted in political acts or statements that were punished by specialized treatment and sometimes additional prison time. The definition of political prisoners is also extended to all those activists and militants who have been detained or arrested during the most recent wave of resistance in places like Ferguson, Missouri, Baltimore, Maryland, and Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We reject the authority of the U.S. state to imprison persons whose imprisonment is rooted in their defense of Black people's democratic and self-determination rights. Black people ourselves have the right and responsibility to designate those individuals and colleagues categories of prisoners to be immediately released from U.S. confinement and control. When I read that last part, I thought about Sekou Odinga. Sekou Odinga is a former political prisoner. He also, one of his charges was the liberation of Assata Shakur. And Sekou Odinga said the same things that we are fighting for now, they were fighting for then. So he was a part of this effort to free our people, to liberate our people. So when after he did his 33 years in prison, he did not forget about his work. So then he put together the Northeast Political Prisoner Coalition. The Northeast Political Prisoner Coalition, one of the things that they do annually is we have a table at the International African Arts Festival where we give out literature, information on political prisoners. We raise the consciousness of our community, of our people around the idea of political prisoners. The idea, the concept of political prisoners has to be directly presented to people on a regular basis so that they understand that their struggle for self-determination is not a new one, right? It goes back to the first African not submitting to the wills and the demands of the slave master. You have political prisoners from Nat Turner to Marcus Garvey to Mumia Abu-Jamal currently. So we understand this history of us fighting for our self-determination always leads to us having political prisoners. Jalil Abdul Mudakim said that today's freedom fighter is tomorrow's political prisoner. So we have to always include the political prisoner when we're doing our work. But our community needs to understand that direct relationship. One of the things that the sister presented when she talked about who I am and the work that I've been involved in is the Curb Fest. So a number of years, the Curb Fest has been designed and organized to develop a stronger relationship in the community around political prisoners. So during these annual Curb Fests, we'll serve the people food. we have a number of workshops happening, and that'll let people understand this relationship. And I think that that's very important because that's in the spirit of what the Black Panther Party did when they served people free food. While we did outreach in one of the years, right, this was in South Jamaica, Queens, and it was important because I've been in Queens for over 20 years. And one of the things that I did not see is I didn't see posters, I didn't see murals, I didn't see any information on our political prisoners, people like Assata Shakur. Matter of fact, let me correct that. There's a mural on Assata Shakur, but mostly I didn't see anybody else like Mutulu Shakur, like Sekou Dinger, like Herman Ferguson in South Jamaica. So I thought that that was very unfortunate. But when the Curve Fest happened in South Jamaica, Queens, and I think it was 2025, I think that that was very important because it allowed us to build this relationship in the community center. We used the community center, we transformed the community center. So the community center appeared to be like a African liberation school, and all outside of it was information on our political prisoners. And we gave out this palm card, this one I still keep, and on the back of the palm card, it gives a definition of political prisoners. It says, a person who is held in confinement because of their support for for people struggling for freedom from an oppressive government or against its oppressive policies, or participating in an organization involved in such a freedom struggle. Then for the definition of prison of war, it says a national combatant of an oppressed nation held in confinement by the oppressor nation because of their participation in an organization fighting for self-determination, independence, or national liberation from the oppressor nation, or for support or identity with that struggle. So as we engage the community, as we give them this information on our political prisoners, now they start to understand this a bit more, how these people are targeted by the state, that the state is always in a position that where their position is threat when you have people organizing the masses, raising the masses consciousness. Former political prisoner Sundiata Acoli, he would say that the state don't free political prisoners, the people do. But we have to make these people conscious, right? That means that it's an ongoing task. We have to do the job. We have to write to our political prisoners. So on the weekly podcast, I'm always encouraging the viewers to write to political prisoners. You can catch a podcast on Black Power Media. That's every Wednesday from the hours of 1 to 1:30 Eastern Standard Times. And one of the things that I make sure I do, and I do need to accept criticism because I'm not always doing what I need to be doing regarding writing to our political prisoners. Because in fact, I have one letter that I need to get out there. But I just say that to say that we have to stay on each other. And when I have the podcast and talk about writing to political prisoners, it allows me to be committed to my task, and then to share the actual letter. Because another thing that's being done on our formations is that we have an open letter from political prisoners to the community. Like once a week, I'm part of a grievance support group in Queensbridge, and I do that in the spirit of the political prisoner, in the spirit of sacrifice and commitment to listening to what's going on in our community and providing a particular type of service. So in me writing to a particular political prisoner, this one, Kenny Zulu Whitmore, he wrote me back, and I want to share his open letter because once we start getting these open letters, like I had 2 open letters that I had in Queensbridge. One was for Sundiata Acoli. He eventually came home. And then Veranda Bowers, he eventually came home. So this open letter appeared in the center of the community right by the bus stop, so people would see this frequently. So this letter that Kenny Zulu Whitmore wrote me says, "Revolutionary greetings, conscious people. I am Kenny Zulu Whitmore, a political prisoner. I am currently housed at the Louisiana State Prison of Angola, Louisiana. I have been incarcerated 51 years on the wrongful conviction of the August 15, 1973 robbery and murder of the mayor of a then ruled town in the northern section of East Baton Rouge Parish. For the last 51 years, I proclaimed my innocence of this political motivated charges. I have spent 37.5 years in solitary confinement because of my political beliefs and the fact that I joined the Black Panther Party for self-defense. This journey has been a test of my resiliency, and being Muslim a test of my faith, especially those nearly 38 years in solitary confinement. And I want people to know that being a member of the then Black Panther Party on the inside wasn't that much different from being Panther in that world. We was being set up on false charges, bribing others to kill you, being harassed daily by the CEOs. But you know what? I wouldn't change anything. Let our commonality bind us together as cable has the Brooklyn Bridge, in solidarity, Kenny Zulu Whitmore. So when we have these letters coming back from our captured freedom fighters, we have to share them with the community. We have to let the community know that these people are real, they're important, they should be valued to us, because if they're not valued to us, then how do we expect the state to listen to us, or any elected officials to listen to us? Because it is our responsibility to put pressure on the state, put pressure on those elected officials, and anybody anywhere that stands for justice and stands in solidarity with us as we fight for our right for self-determination. I know that the brother Charles Barron, he had visited Jalil Abdul Muttaqin a number of times, and he was very courageous in doing that. You know, he understood what the brother stood for, and their relationship continues to go on to this very day. So it's people like that that we need to target to raise awareness around our political prisoners. We need to take those resources that's amongst us. Like I mentioned, we utilize the community center. So I would encourage people who are looking to get into the work around political prisoners to target these community centers. Let these community centers know that you want access to the community center to address a certain issue that's going on in the community. So the brother in South Jamaica, Queens, I let him know what I was into, what I was doing, and then I let the committee that I was with know what I did that I had, and I went them over to what I wanted to do, and they inserted their ideas, and we were able to utilize that space for Curve Fest. We have another Curve Fest happening, and that's going to be in the Bronx, and that's going to be at a church. Brother Shep provided the address. He's looking for some comrades to help do some serious cleanup. But this is going to be right across the street from Forest Houses. So now we can have this particular community learn about that. So there's enough campaigns going on. The Kamal Siddiqui, we looking to raise funds for him to have 73,000 when he comes home. And we have a fundraiser coming up for the Virgin Island 3. That's Hanif Shabazz Bey and also Malik Bey. So y'all know the call, free them all. Don't let political prisoners die in prison. I appreciate the time, the opportunity to be heard and to do this work. In the spirit of Ralph Pointer, continue to fight.
Oh, yes, thank you so much. And we'll make sure that that information you have there, that we, put it out on our social media pages and stuff to encourage people to support. And thank you so very much, my dear brother. And also, I want to thank everybody with the working groups. I mean, again, you comrades are great. You're awesome. You're awesome to be in this world with at this day and time. You truly are. And also, let me just, before I go any further, we're going to have a Q&A and then announcements, a 10-minute Q&A, then announcements, and then closing statements by the chair. But Sister Mwezi asked me to remind people to please go to handsoffofuru.org and to check out what is going on with Atlanta. We'll hear a little bit more about that too in terms of what people can do. But she said they want to get a sense of how many people are going to be able to go to Atlanta, and so we'll hear more about that. But I know I saw something in the chat, and please go to Hands Off Uhuru as well. Now it's time for Q&A, and we have 10 minutes for that. Do we have any questions? Questions can be asked of anyone about anything, really. It doesn't just have to be the working group information. Any questions, folks?
Sister Lisa, God, his name just went out of my head. Nkululeko was going to do outreach.
Oh, I missed him. Oh my God. Brother Nkululeko, how could I do that? Yes, please do your outreach. I was so mesmerized by that powerful presentation that you did. I apologize about that. Yes, but please do your outreach.
Now, salute to the comrades that made presentations before me. Salute Comrade Brother Frank. He out here in the northern region with me. I see the great work he's doing. Salute to that, brother. And I'll definitely make a call for Brother Frank. Join the Black is Back Coalition if you haven't already. You dig what I'm saying? Salute to all of the working groups. Sister Dr. Paula, join the Black is Back Coalition if you haven't already. So we can combine all of our efforts and strengthen our impact worldwide, globally. Because that's the goal of the outreach working group, to build support around the 19 points of the Black is Back Coalition. We want to focus on political education, community engagement, coalition building, media visibility, and measurable campaigns. We want to phase one is being the political education. We want to make education materials one-page fact sheets for each point. Infographics, short videos around each point of the 19-point platform. We want to go on certain podcasts, like Brother Frank mentioned podcasts. We want to go on these podcasts and speak it and live stream discussions and speak about our national Black political agenda. We want to also engage in weekly political education sessions, reading circles, youth leadership classes, women leadership forums, and we want to intervene and build our own, community town halls and grand juries, the people's grand juries. Today, we want to strengthen our digital outreach, via social media. Best we could create a series of some sort. For 19 points, we got 19 weeks. Maybe we could focus on one demand each week. You know what I'm saying? Like how Black women strengthens elevating Black women strengthens the entire community, for example. How protecting Black families and is a part of the anti-colonial struggle. And what does community control of the police look like? So those each week, for 19 weeks, we should have like a different theme on our social media. Content, that explains what the Black is Back Coalition is about, via educational clips, community testimonials, historical examples, interviews, as well as graphics and statistics, because we got all of the facts on our side. You dig what I'm saying? No matter how these politicians lie, we got all of the facts on our side. So it's up to us to make it, package it and bring it to the masses so that they can arm the masses with the understanding of what's going on so that they know what to do when it comes to getting it on. So we want to strengthen, our emails and our text messages. I'm saying, so we could build a volunteer database. We have, we got the blueprint. We just gotta continue to do the work. And the goal would be to convert followers into active participants. We want all of our followers on social media to become active participants. In fact, if you're watching this right now, or you're watching this, and whenever you do watch it, after watching it or while you're watching it, you need to join the Black is Back Coalition. Go and join right now as an individual. If you know an organization that's doing work that's in alignment with our 19-point platform, you should be wanting them to join the Black is Back Coalition, because we have to move as a united front wherever we are located, and to be as successful as we can in this anti-colonial struggle worldwide. So we want to strengthen our ability to do grassroots organizing, neighborhood outreach. We want to make sure that the Black is Back Coalition is visible in the neighborhoods where we are at. We want to do door-to-door canvassing. We want to listen. We want to go to community events and do listening sessions. We want to do host housing forums, and and win people to the programs that exist. That some of them that were spoken about by the presenters that spoke before me, and some that's not. So like the Black Power Blueprint, or join the youth working group, join the political prisoners working group. So we have to do that. We have to make ourselves visible in our communities so that the residents in our communities know how how we could deal with these challenges that face our people, that's been facing our people ever since we've encountered these colonizers, to say the least. So we also want to do community service programs, really win people to the position that we can solve our own problems. I'm saying? We can food sovereignty. I'm saying? Let's get involved. Let's have our own, Saturday schools. Let's rebuild the Uhuru Shule. Let's do our own health screenings. Let's build tenant unions. You know what I'm saying? Let's do trade teach our youth trade and things of that sort so that we can build meaningful economic development for ourselves. In addition to that, we need to be doing coalition building. So if there's any organization in your community that aligns, some way with our 19-point platform, we need to win their unity to join in the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. We need to go to these campuses and reach out to these student groups. And I know a lot of these campuses, they've eliminated Black history. And our students, our students should be taking up that fight to make sure that Africana Studies is still a department on their campus. I know here, like right down the block, Mega Evans campus college doesn't even have an Africana Studies department. And that's something that we need to overturn because we fought for these rights and now they're taking it back. We fought and won for these spaces, now they're taking it back. So we need to connect with labor unions, health advocates, environmental justice groups, women organizations such as ANWO, and civil rights organizations to let them know that this coalition exists and that we must stop working as fingers and move as a fist so we could be the death blow to this colonial system. So we also want to encourage, community organizers to engage in leadership development because that would make us more capable of winning the masses to joining the Black is Back Coalition, to joining our working groups, whether it's around education, healthcare, political prisoners, youth, and the host of other working groups that we have. So we want to engage in event planning, canvassing, media management, and we want to build like youth programs. So again, going to these high schools, going to these schools and these campuses and having put PE on campus. You dig what I'm saying? So also we want to strengthen our signature events. MPW is about to host our Black Community Convention coming up. So we want to strengthen our participation in that. We want to win everybody on this coalition to be a part of the Black Communities Convention, to host Black Community Conventions wherever you are located, because that's our signature event. That's how we're going to win people to this national Black political agenda. Same thing with ANWO. ANWO has annual marches and mobilizations. We need to strengthen the coalition's participation in ANWO's annual marches and mobilizations. And Carmine earlier spoke about reparations forum. You know what I'm saying? Reparation conventions. We need to host those. So we need to host these signature events that highlights the Black Power blueprint and that highlights the work that's being done to build our own economy, like the One Africa, One Nation marketplace being held in St. Louis this upcoming weekend, and there's one next weekend here in Philadelphia, in the northern region. So these are some of the things that we need to do to strengthen our coalition, to win people to join our coalition, and to get more visibility for our coalition. So we need to be at these marches with our banner that Dr. Matsamela spoke about. The community control of the police, Black community control of the police. We need to have that banner at every march that they're having in our city, at every rally that they're having in your city. We need to be at these banners. We need to have our banners present, as well as at these press conferences and these candidate forums, these public debates. We need to be visible there, the same way the party was visible when Barack Obama went to a forum, and I think it was in St. Petersburg, where we asked Obama, "What about the Black community?" Ask the mayor in your town, what about the Black community? We need to ask Mayor Ma'am Domney, what about the Black community? You dig what I'm saying? And ask the mayor in your state, in your city, how we're going to strengthen, what's their policy for the Black community and hold them accountable. So those are some of the things that we could be doing to strengthen what the outreach committee working group looks towards make it happen, so that we can strengthen our campaigns around housing, around the Black Power blueprint, around healthcare, around political prisoners, around education. So we need to build campaigns around these issues, because every issue that we spoke about, every institution of the state has a hostile relationship with our community. So we need to be building campaigns. I'm sure that, you could go in your town and pick any school. You could build a campaign around the attack on African people. Pick any hospital. You could build a campaign around that hospital's attacks on the African people. Pick any, state, talk about the mass incarceration, and talk about the mass incarceration of our people. And then we could use these campaigns to win people to join in the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. Because we are our own salvation. We got to measure our own success by setting goals. Even on this call, during this conference, we need to set membership goals. That's why I'm making a call. If you're on a panel, even December 12th, Roger Warren was here. They should be a part of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And I'm surprised that they're not. So we need to overturn that. think I'm gonna go to Sister's place a little later on. Say how to ask Chairman Omar Wale. Say that. But yeah, we need to overturn these contradictions. If you know everyone that's joining these panels and part of this conference, they need to join. A part of that discussion should be joining the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. So we need to set goals for membership, volunteers, and social engagement, and etc. So I'll cut it short there. I appreciate everybody's time, appreciate everybody's efforts. We are winning, but we still got work to do. Let's make it happen. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much. And I just want to say, comrades, whenever I'm moderating or whatever, if I overlook somebody or if I mess up in some kind of way, please feel free to say, wait a minute, Lisa, because we are all in here. We're in this together. We're family. And it's just about making sure that the work gets done. And so just feel free to say that to me. I appreciate it. And it helps me too. So I just wanted to say that. Now I think I'm correct in saying, Sister Ikenge, how are we with time? Q&A next?
Yes.
Okay, so we got 10 minutes Q&A. Do we have any questions? Any questions for anything that has been said, period, throughout the day? Any questions? Any questions?
Uhuru, I got a question.
Oh yeah, please.
Who's
Yes.
ready to join the Black is Back Coalition right now? That's
a
got to
good
be the
one.
question. Put the question out there. Is anybody ready to join the Black is Back Coalition today? You know what I'm saying? Whether you're online or you're on this presentation, making a presentation, join today. Uhuru.
Uhuru. That's an excellent question.
Uhuru, and I agree with that question. And people don't need to think about it. They just need to do it. Because especially after our outreach, help me with these names, Lisa.
Oh, in Kulileko, outreach
Yeah,
coordinator.
yeah, our outreach coordinator just spoke. I mean, he just put the icing on top of everything that we need to know. And what's really sweet about it is that we're doing these things already. And people can come on and plug in and bring what they have to the table because it's already being built. Another thing too, Lisa, I have a comment. Our youth working group, I mean, hey, if you're young and you're ready and you really understand what this is about, you really need to join up with the Black is Back Coalition and become a member of the youth working group. Because Brother Emmanuel dropped it I'm telling you, he dropped the mic up in here today. Okay, he let y'all know we done told y'all everything y'all need to know. And then he turned around and told us who told us, okay? And we just cannot be standing leaning up against the wall anymore. Okay. So it's like now. You're without an excuse. Because when he said that because we done told you. Okay. Now, all this stuff. So stop whining and crying about, what they trying to take away from us. Okay. And it's all about what we're doing now. And so I just wanted to add that comment to this dynamic presentations that we just heard, Lisa. It's off the chain.
And I also just want to say, you don't have to have any like special skills. I know sometimes, and you may be watching people who, because of life's experience, they had to stand up and maybe, become, stronger or speak in a certain kind of way, and they have all this courage, and that is so great. But come as you are, all you got to show up. That's the best thing I can tell anybody. Show up, because that's how I used to be. I didn't know anything, and I was very timid at one time, extremely, extremely shy. But I just found myself, I would just show up. I wouldn't want to be called, but just putting yourself in the room is so important.
Well, what's good about it now, Lisa, that we have this opportunity where people can go to the Black is Back Coalition website and they can just click on join and become a member. They can go to our what I'm trying to say, our
Website?
Yeah, at the website, but they can also go and just click on the link and make their payment, for membership right there. They don't have to call anybody. They don't have to wait around and wait for something in the mail. And then we have the opportunity for them to join us if just like we get ready to go to Atlanta. They can join that they can join online. I mean, they can participate online, but they can also be there in person. Is that correct, Lisa? Is it going to be an opportunity for people to participate online? I know y'all listened at the presentation from Mwezi today, talking about moving forward and supporting the Uhuru, the movement with the Uhuru 3.
Sister Kenge, do you want to answer that? I know the next section is announcements, and maybe you can talk about that more, or even Sister Nwezi if she's still able to do so.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's get people, signing up. I just went to the link and went ahead and put in my registration and letting, everybody know I'm going to be there. Period. I'm going to be there. I plan to attend and be there in person. But it's time for people to start signing up for that. So let's hear some more about that.
Right. Because we're at the section for announcements, Sister Kenge. Do you have any announcements?
Uhuru. Do not have any other announcements, but all the information can be found in terms of Atlanta, the events that will be happening prior to the oral arguments on July 22nd. You should go to handsoffuhuru.org website. There's a running, or it's regularly updated with any information. And Penny is here. You can say some more.
Just again, really salute this powerful, powerful electoral school today. The information for the Atlanta is there will be an event on the night before at a center. It's actually called the JEM studio in Atlanta. And I really want to salute Natsu Saito, who has really helped organize this, who is a professor at Georgia, I think it's at Georgia State University Law School, and is a member of Hands Off Uhuru. And that there will, so there will be an event the night before, Tuesday night. It's called the JEM Studio, is actually what it's called, JEM Studio, JEM Studio. And Wednesday, the appeal will be held at 9 a.m. at the Tuttle, I think it's called the courthouse, the Court of Appeals building. And yes, you can find out more at handsoffuhuru.org. It will be followed by a summation at Georgia State Law School. And there will be students that will be involved in that. And then there will be a public summation as well as a community lunch together. So you can sign up for that. It's going to be very historic. The attorneys will be there. The Uhuru 3 attorneys will be there. Of course, Chairman Olali Shatella will be there, and the Uhuru 3. And it's going to be a powerful, powerful political event and a great victory. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And with that, Brother Chairman,
Lisa, I have one question. Do I have time for a question?
Sure.
Okay, my question is that what will a community event look like, bringing everybody together to talk about a Black agenda for what's now that we know the truth about what's happening, across the country in regards to, where they, complaining about taking us back. So now that we know that, what would it look like to bring to have a community event and talk about the Black agenda? What would that look like?
Uhuru, I'd like to speak to that briefly. I think part of this is going to be discussed on tomorrow, where we will be talking about Black community convention that we've done in different cities. We did two in St. Petersburg, Florida, in 1997. We did one here in St. Louis that was cut short by the attack on our movement, by the raids that they made against us. In fact, they raided us, and I think the Black community convention for St. Louis happened maybe 2 days after the raid. So we had a great turnout, but we were not able to do all the things that we wanted to do. So on tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, we'll be talking about the Black Community Convention and how to do that, because that's an extraordinarily important thing. And I just wanted to say, I'm going to go ahead and begin this process of call like a summation. I just think that's been extremely important what we've done on today. The presenters that we've had on today, and the fact that we are doing this school right now, not just because it's the 10th annual school, but because it's a school whose significance is punctuated by this most recent aggression that's been made against the Voting Rights Act. And so many people who have been trapped with the perception of voting being the primary or the only means that we could achieve any kind of goals in this country, that's been an extraordinary traumatic kind of experience. And it should be, in many ways. It's a significant kind of experience, because part of what this does, this attempts to do, let me put it this attempts to do, is to circumvent our ability to use the democratic space that we fought for. And while we talk about the right, voting rights, but the fact is that African people fought for democratic space to advance our struggle for freedom and be able to speak, to be able to talk, et cetera, without being lynched publicly and what have you, to at least create an atmosphere where there's a presumption of African people having the right to say something, having the right to congregate. We know how shallow that is. I mean, because the fact is that we saw what freedom of assembly meant when they killed that brother in New York who was supposedly selling cigarettes. We know what freedom of speech means when we see how the police will roll up on our communities on any block, on any weekend, and tell Africans to give them in a corner. Freedom of assembly, you can't do that. You can't say anything. And it's what's really interesting about this is Africans and the colonized people are the only one that knows this happening. So there's this perception of democracy and democratic rights that exists inside the white community that often makes it, gives us this response, well, it must have done something for the police to attack, must have done something, et cetera. I think that this is, like I said, a crucial moment. And one of the things that makes this important for us is to, again, remember that we did not win the right to vote by voting. It's the struggle of our people. It's the fact that we recognize that we had to struggle to change our conditions, to change our circumstances. I want to acknowledge, by the way, Comrade Sister Mwezi Odom, who has chaired the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Committee since its inception, and has done an extraordinary job in making that happen. It's important also for me to say that that some of the most dynamic work we're going to be doing is going to happen in these working groups that we just talked about. The working groups, I mean, the coalition, we have usually it's in April where we have this school. We have every August a national, international conference. And then we have different kinds of webinars and forums where we have discussions around particular things. But the thing that gives us an ongoing dynamic presence in the world the working groups when done the way they should be done. And I appreciate some of the discussions that we've had now. I appreciate the kind of stuff that Comrade Brother Frank Brown was talking about in terms of political prisoners. For example, when we put together the political prisoner working group, one of the things that we really wanted to see happen was coming out of that working group, how do we address the question of political prisoners? So one of the things that we did right away was we made that poster, some of you may remember, of political prisoners. Because first of all, we had to let people know political prisoners existed. And we had to give them a face. Who the hell are they? And so, we did this with a huge poster, and people participated in demonstrations and things like that. And also people posted these posters in different places showing the political prisoners, which is really important. I think it's important to write to political prisoners, to do that kind of thing, but Africans have to know that they're there. And so we saw, as a part of the role and responsibility of the coalition, each of us had political prisoners posters in different cities throughout this country. We had the responsibility of distributing them, putting them up in the world so that we let people know political prisoners exist. That's a critical piece of the work that we had to do. We also talk about things like even the healthcare working group. I think it would be extremely significant for us to do things like smoking kills. The colonizer wants you to die. Therefore, we have to stop smoking. And then put on the bottom of the thing, this has come from the Black is Back Coalition Healthcare Working Group, how to get in touch with us. I think that things like that, I think other kinds of things, junk foods kills. This stuff, everybody throughout the African community should be putting this stuff up in the critical places that helps to do that kind of stuff that people can appreciate. You don't have to be raiding, making some kind of massive protest movement, but people can appreciate that, and people can also know who's doing it. And it's a way that we begin to consolidate in our own community a presence that the people can recognize as something that helps the community. And it is an anti-colonial thing that we're doing. I mean, we have to say things like economic development, putting up posters saying that no to police containment, yes to economic development for the Black community. And this can come from the Black is Back Coalition on the bottom, how to get in touch with us and this kind of thing everywhere. And the working groups who have certain kinds of responsibilities, that would initiate that. And we would get the posters, and then we would distribute these posters from everywhere the coalition is located as examples. This is the kind of thing that I think that it would be really helpful for us to do. And so again, around political prisoners, we should do this kind of thing, and do mass distribution. Black community control of the police. There should be posters we put up everywhere. We don't have to just be in protest. We want to be in protest. Anytime somebody goes out in a protest, they should carry that out. Anytime the police does something, as has been suggested already by Comrade Masamela, they should take that out. But there's nothing wrong with us doing posters right now, everywhere we are in the Black community control of the police, this kind of thing that could go up. And these are just some of the examples of what I think can be important. I want to remind people that here in St. Louis, with the work that we've done, anti-colonial work, and anti-colonial work is that work that's necessary to negate the colonizer and colonialism in our communities, which presupposes that we intend to be a self-governing people. That say we assume ourselves the responsibility to feed, clothe, and house our people, not as individuals, but building movements and encouraging people to engage in work that contributes to that. I think that we could, for example, right here in St. Louis, we've created an African International Workforce Program, where Africans who are in prison, who are released from prison, men and women, we've created a place, we bought, what is it, fourplex, where people, they will have some place to live. 2 individuals to the 4 apartments that's there, and you should see them. They're great apartments, and they on each of the apartments are named for a political prisoner. There's an Asada Shakur political, there's an Sekou Odinga political prisoner. There's a Desi Woods. There's a Sundiata Okoli, apartment, and there are pictures and stories about who they are. And the whole complex itself is named for Mufunda Lake, who was a political prisoner in Alabama. And this is the kind of stuff we do to keep the question alive and to keep the people alive and to keep them connected. So every time an African passes this structure, they see Mufunda Lake, and so he's a human being. They go in, they see Asada. They go in, they see Sundiata. They go in, they see Sekou Odinga. They see all of these people who are in our memories now. They're not just dead people anymore. They're not just people who were killed and who we are supposed to forget. They are there, and they will be etched into the consciousness of the people because of the material manifestation of their existence and what they did, there. This is the kind of work that I'm really hoping we can do, and I know that we have these working groups to whom we have put the responsibility of taking out these different kinds of programs, making them manifest. And I don't want to do anything that presupposes that we will assume the control of the working groups. I want the working groups to come forward with programs, with this is what we can do, this is our strategy, etc. Bring it back to the coalition. The coalition can adopt it. Even the things that I'm just mentioning in terms of the popular posters that can go out and that each of us would have the responsibility of taking on. So I want to express my appreciation to everybody who has participated. I want to extend a special appreciation to comrades Penny Hess and Jesse Neville, who were part of the Uhuru 3. And I want to really hope I can influence people to recognizing the significance of them being a part of the Uhuru 3, in the sense that we took an anti-colonial strategy and put it right there in the neighborhoods. Because what this regime has done is something similar to what the regime of Ronald Wilson Reagan did in the 1980s. It didn't just use different intelligence organizations and things like that to attack us. It put it on Front Street, and its objective was to win white people. It was a popular anti-democratic process that they initiated against African people. And we had no meaningful way to respond to that then. But now we have created the ability, and we've taken the struggle, and that's why in 130 some odd cities inside this country, there are white people who are talking about reparations to the African community, who have made massive contributions to a $260,000 basketball court, to various kinds of campaigns that we've initiated, bringing resources to economic development programs for the African community. So there's no mystery there as far as we're concerned. So I really want to express appreciation for all of that. And I hope people have been able to understand the role that people like Malcolm and Dr. Martin Luther King and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee played in advancing this struggle that made the 1965 Voting Rights Act possible and even necessary. Because when people are talking about now the loss of the Voting Rights Act, nobody's talking about Malcolm X. Nobody's talking about that 17 days before he was murdered, he was in Selma, Alabama, uniting the struggle against colonialism with the struggle for the right to vote. So it was one struggle. And this is something that they annihilated, and then they put in place leaders and systems that would eradicate that and the only thing we know about voting is the Democratic Party, and which is one of the reasons African people don't even want to participate in the election too much because nobody wants to vote for Joe Biden or Kamala Harris and the other reactionary forces who bring nothing but poverty, humiliation, and the rest of that to our communities. So thank you, Comrade Vice Chair Lisa. And I want to express appreciation to everybody who's been played a role in this this school up to today. Tomorrow, we're going to go ahead and get into how to do it. And there's a reason that we started this off the first day with bringing things about a history and an analysis of what's going on in the world, and also by introducing questions like what's happening in Africa, introducing questions about the working groups, etc. Because this gives us something that we want to call on people who we're now going to be saying, this is how you run for office. These are the kind of issues that you need to be prepared to deal with, because these are real issues. And I'm hoping that's becoming clear. Because the same government that's attacking us and talking about putting National Guards in our communities, bombing countries around the world and doing these other things, it's all connected to the same struggle against colonialism. And we need to be engaged in that struggle. And we need to use the electoral process to move it forward. That's what Charles Barron, that's one of the things that made Barron significant, because he took the anti-colonial question into the electoral arena. And that's why we saw such an array of forces that attacked him when he was in office. So, comrades, brothers and sisters, to the steering committee and everybody who has participated in this process, I want to really express my appreciation. And I want them, if there's no other evidence of this reality before today, today should have convinced everybody. Black is back.
Black is back.
Black is back.
Uhuru, black is back.
Uhuru.
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 Uhuru, black is
tomorrow.
back.
10
See you
o'clock
tomorrow.
All right.
That's
Uhuru.
right. Since we can't get 10 o'clock tomorrow, right? What time is the tech call?
9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern.
Is it 10 o'clock Eastern? 10 o'clock? No, it's 11 o'clock Eastern.
11 o'clock.
Right.
We start 10 o'clock Central. The program.
Thank you, Brother Frank. Thank you so much.
9 o'clock is the tech check.
Right. Okay.
My beloved sister, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brother Frank.
Everyone.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Black is back.
Love you, Sister Betty. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Black is
Thank
back.
you.
Black is back.
Relentless.
Relentless.